hierher verfrachtet, damit ich
Hello, good morning everyone. Welcome here to the 9th edition of the Eurovision's conference. I'm very happy to see this lovely room full of people, so welcome. We, in fact, all are very happy to be here in Vienna. So, the city host of the 70th anniversary of the Eurovision Song Contest, so I think we should all be happy. It's pleasure to welcome you to this edition on the topic of Eurovision Song Contest celebrating 70 years of public value. As many of you know, Eurovisions bring together researchers, students, fans and industry professionals to discuss the Eurovision Song Contest as a complex cultural phenomenon. This year we are focusing on public value, not only the public value of the Eurovision itself, but also the role of research in uncovering, developing and communicating this value. Eurovision this year is collaborating with the seminar Staging Europe, taught by our dear colleague Lisa Gopp, who is a professor here at MDV, University of Music and Performing Arts. And thank you, Lisa, for having us here. So a big applause. Yeah. So it is now my pleasure to invite Lisa to say a few words. And Lisa, now the stage, it's yours.
Thank you, Sophia. Is it on? Yeah. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our department and to this year's Eurovision's conference. It is a real pleasure to welcome you here today on behalf of the department, IKM, Department of Culture Management, and also to welcome everyone joining us online. I would especially like to say how happy I am that we are able to open and share my teaching space from 2 seminars this year with all of you as part of the conference. The 2 seminars are Groove the City, Move the Streets, which I co-teach together with Andrea Glauser, and Staging Europe, Music, Nation, Branding and Diplomacy at Vienna's Eurovision Song Contest. So I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of my students who are part of these seminars and who contributed to this shared space. And I also would like to especially welcome Bamlak Werner, who is also studying at our department and who has been involved beyond the seminars as well, and recently achieved a fantastic 3rd place in the national pre-selection. We are very happy to have Bamlak's perspective on the Eurovision Song Contest, as well as her research on the question of who gets to speak in digital spaces and how neo-colonial power structures continue to shape visibility and participation in the conference. But above all this would not have been possible without the team of the department. That is especially Jenny Hu, and also Sarah Lang. I believe she's working. Thank you both so much, and the rest of the team, of course. And I would also like to thank the audiovisual teaching support of MDV and the facility management. Thanks. I would also like to mention that Staging Europe is being developed in cooperation with the Diplomatic Academy, the Vienna School of International Studies. And with that, I would love to hand over to my dear colleague Giulia Pelillo, but who has not arrived yet. But maybe Susan, if I'm... Oh, no, there she is. So Giulia, sorry to say, you have to jump in because I just introduced you to say a few words about this collaboration between the 2 universities of us.
Exactly.
Ours. So thank you, and I wish all of us an inspiring and stimulating conference.
Nobody's looking at me. All right, so hello everybody, and sorry for being late. I got somehow lost in the streets around, but I'm very happy to be here with you, and I'm very happy that we have managed to organize a series of initiatives around the Eurovision Song Contest. So we started discussing about this about a year ago when we knew that Austria would be the next Eurovision place, and so we thought we should try to organize something that bridges different areas and also that allows our students and the public in general to engage with more complexity and several issues around the Eurovision. So the idea was to expanding rather than narrowing down the focus and the perspective on the song contest and looking at cultural, artistic perspectives, but also diplomatic and political ones, and also to join forces to organize initiatives around teaching and research and public science. So we started last week with a public event at the Diplomatic Academy on Eurovision Song Contest Beyond the Stage, Cultural Diplomacy and Public Debate, where Sofia attended together with Dean Vuletic as academics, and then we had Klaus Unterberger from ORF and a representative from the Austrian Ministry for International and European Affairs, Michael Schmeiser. Then the day after, Susan Ingram, Professor Susan Ingram, who is sitting there, and Lisa Gaub, they visited the Swiss embassy and attended with the students there a panel discussion about public diplomacy and the diplomatic impact on events such as Eurovision and music festivals. I also want to say that Susan Ingram was actually very much engaged from the very beginning in this collaboration, and so we are very grateful to have her with us also today. And that's it. So that's a bit the background story, and now I look very much forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia, for jumping in right on time. Thank you. So, because we are in this mood of thank you, I have to, of course, thank you, Julia and Lisa, for having us here and for preparing all these weeks of events. And before I begin the conference and very serious subjects, let me introduce the Eurovision's team, who will be with you throughout these 2 days. Please give us a quick wave. Irving Wolter, my dear colleague, Irving Wolter. My dear colleague, Carla Figueira. My dear colleague, Isabel Campelo. My dear colleague, hidden there, Wilfred van Dalen. And I'm Sofia Vieira Lopes. So we all would like to acknowledge the important supporting institutions, my university, Nova University of Lisbon, INET MD, the Institute of Ethnomusicology, FCT, Center for World Music, and Maastricht University, and our media partner, ESC Insight. And for this year's edition, we would like to gratefully acknowledge the kind support received by the Eurovision's Conference from the Grüne Club im Rathaus Wien. Thank you for the support. I was practicing my German, yeah. So we are also very grateful to Paul Lashmana, also hidden there, and our colleagues supporting the technical and streaming. And a quick reminder that you can find us at eurovisions.eu and as well in our social media channels, so follow us. And we will be streamed on YouTube and Facebook these 2 mornings. We hope these 2 mornings will be stimulating, welcoming, and enjoyable, most of it. So thank you. And passing to a very important part of this conference, and to open this year, we are very pleased to welcome Konrad Mitschka from ORF, sorry, I practiced,
Perfect.
but I've,
It was perfect.
So
It was perfect.
join me on the stage. Konrad is from Public Value Competence Center in Austria, and he's the keynote delivering communication at EAS Inside Public Value Moments. I want to highlight that Konrad was our guest 4 years ago in Torino.
Right.
So it's a great pleasure to be here with you in your city. So it's very nice. Public value, it's a term that it's widely used, but not always defined in the exact same way. It is points towards the ways that media and culture contribute to the common good beyond purely commercial or individual benefits. So that makes that Eurovision Song Contest, especially to its long relationship with public service broadcasting, a particularly rich object of discussion. So please, everyone, welcome Konrad with a big applause. And the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for the invitation to your conference. I'm very happy and proud that my home city, Vienna, not only hosts the Eurovision, but hosts this conference, that scientific conference too, which I think accompanies this important event and discusses recent research findings on the subject. Public Value Moments of the Eurovision is the title of my keynote, and I hope you'll allow me to start with personal moments and memories. But these are a little bit painful. I remember very well how every year as a child I would be in front of the TV with my sister and my parents, desperately wanting, example given, Bugs Fizz or Nicole to win. And when you really want something, when you wish someone all the best, in Austria we do this. We squeeze our thumbs. I know many of you would do differently and cross your fingers, which is very smart because it's less painful. Because just keep in mind, when you're a small child and you do it for a while because you wish all the best for Nicole, well, sometimes it's painful. That's why I also associate the Eurovision with sore thumbs. Now you'll agree on me, or with me, something hurting is not a sufficient reason to qualify it as a public value moment. The question is, what traces can be followed if you want to talk about the public value of the Eurovision? When searching for traces, a look into the past is worthwhile. How was it back then in 1956 at the first ESC? You know, the idea came from Marcel Besançon, the Director General of the Swiss Broadcasting Corporation in 1955, who wanted to create something pan-European based on the Sanremo Festival. After the decision by other European broadcasting CEOs in the European Broadcasting Union, the first one was held in Lugano 70 years ago. And at that time, many technical questions were still unresolved, and television was not really, in every household, it was yet to achieve its breakout. Was the ESC thought of a European peace project back then? I think you know, maybe it's more a nice kind of storytelling, but in any case, the administrators of public service media in Europe created something that would develop into a grand integration project for Europe. From the perspective of that time, World War II was just 10 years ago, and the memory of millions dead was still fresh. I often imagine at the Eurovision how soothing it is that public service broadcasters from various countries, which once had entirely different conflicts, now compete for 12 points. What an expression of peace. Incidentally, in Austria, the promotion of understanding for European integration is part of the public service mandate of our remit, and it's not a coincidence that it's precisely public service broadcasters which organize a competition fostering this understanding. Dean Vuletic, which was already mentioned, and Irving Walter already pointed out in their contributions to public value text in 2015, I brought our last issue with me. It's actually the last one, and we reprinted it still twice. They pointed out that the Eurovision Song Contest originated from a nucleus precisely of those broadcast media which would later form the European Union, plus Switzerland, and that became, so to speak, a pioneer of integration. This is also evident in the early participation of media that were previously state media of the Soviet bloc, and who could signal new freedoms by participating in the Eurovision Song Contest. But even beyond this inherent value, promoting understanding for European integration, there are good reasons to recognize public value moments during an ESC. Let me briefly interject to define the term public value a bit more precisely. The concept of public value was brought into discourse by scientist Mark Moore at Harvard. Ultimately, it points to a significant difference between commercial enterprises and institutions of the common good. The purpose of the first is to create benefits for the owners, especially commercial success. The purpose of the latter, of the public institutions, however, is not monetary gain. They are not there to generate shareholder value, but public value, in example, benefit for society. Just as shareholder value is essentially a distinctive benefit for commercial enterprises, public value is a distinctive quality of public service. The BBC made this concept fruitful for them in the beginning of the 2000s. The ORF followed shortly thereafter. Ultimately, it's a question of whom, in the case of media benefits and how. ORF answers this question in 5 quality dimensions. There's the individual value, answering the question of what a medium of a broadcast or a show benefits individual citizens, such as the trustworthiness of information, if you get accountable news or if you don't. The society value, second, an expression for what a media product benefits society, for example, the portrayal of diversity or of integration. The national value, third, provides information on what Austrian broadcasting, in our case, specifically brings to Austria, such as value creation, let's say added value, which we bring usually to the film industry, to the creative industry. In about every 8th job in the creative industry of Austria depends on the public service broadcaster of Austria. And also the discussion of Austrian identity and customs. Let me later refer to that. The international value reflects what Austrian broadcasting does for the integration of Europe, such as exercising its function as a bridge to the world. And finally, corporate value does something for transparency and innovation. The public value report, which I edit every year since about 15 years, the ORF falls under the latter. It annually details what it achieves within the quality dimensions I mentioned before, how we fulfill the remit, and we do that as publicly as possible so that all those who pay household tax, which are in about 3.5 million people in Austria, know what they receive for their money. You can access the report anytime at Zukunft.orf.at and dive into the details which would exceed the scope of this keynote. And this is now right at the end of my small promotional insert. Thank you for listening to that as well. So, how can this definition of public value be continued or combined with the Eurovision? We at the Public Value Department at the ORF, when we really want to know something, we ask smart people. In this particular case, some scientists from all over the world, some of them are in this room. But we asked 2 scientists from the House of History of Austria, the so-called HDGÖ, and I especially thank Stefan Benedikt and Florian Wagner for their contribution, which we published in the latest edition of the Public Value Texte. I've brought you that with me, and it's also available online at Zukunft.orf.at. If you want to have the printout, just send me a mail. I think some of them are here, and if you need some more, just mail me. The response of those 2 scientists of the HDGÖ, House of Austrian History, was a remarkable list of moments in which Eurovision became effective. They refer to early signs of queerness in 1961, really early, anti-dictatorial protests, example given in 1964, And what I particularly like, to give them some remarks, because there, as you could imagine, a lot of public value moments which they found. Two of them are from Austria. They describe the performance of the band Schmetterlinge, which I don't know if anyone here knows them, but Schmetterlinge in 1977 sang a popular song which criticized the commercialization of pop music. This group of politically outspoken musicians, one of them, by the way, the lead singer, was a school colleague of my mother, sparked a debate in Austria about whether it was acceptable or shameful to use the neutral stage of Eurovision for political songs. Maybe it sounds familiar. Yes. There was concern about harming Austria's image, while others considered the performance a successful expression of a new protest Austrian culture, or Austrian protest culture, because we have had a lot of protest culture there in 1976 with new music halls and so on, the arena movement and so on. Another Austrian moment, which you all know and probably have personal memories of, is Conchita's victory, of course. It's been intensely researched and documented that Rise Like a Phoenix brought momentum to the debate around the LGBTQI+ group, not only in Austria, maybe all over Europe, maybe all over the world. And there isn't enough time to list all of these moments, but I would like to particularly address the public value dimension of diversity. Eurovision negotiates diversity and identity, that's a constant. And I'm proud to be an employee of the institution that brought Conchita to Eurovision. I mean, it wasn't my idea, to be honest, but I'm proud to have colleagues who are that smart that they had such ideas. However, diversity doesn't only have a gender identity dimension. Diversity also involves, example given, accessibility, concerning efforts to include as many as possible. And in this sense, I look forward to the translation of individual music pieces into sign language and consider it a public value moment of the EC when it's done. Because when you are not related or acquainted with some people who are, I don't know if you would say that in English, so please excuse if I'm not politically correct, when they feel handicapped, or are, I think it's a very, very good idea to include them and do everything you can to do that. And there are more of them than you might think if you don't know someone. Speaking of language, it's a study by the European Broadcasting Union on the last Song Contest highlights that it made 20 different languages audible. On such a multilingual continent, this is a not to be underestimated factor that can lead to implicit understanding of diversity. Barbara Barrero-Leon from the University of Aberdeen indicated in her contribution to the already mentioned public value text further dimensions. For instance, she points to the fact that Eurovision can be considered a cultural enrichment, offering a platform not only for the discourse about national identity, but also pointing to the participatory elements of the ESC that can foster the understanding of democracy, and to the fact that Eurovision, as an easily accessible field of research, generates something she called educational value. And I like that because I think for a conference it fits very, very well. The ESC contributes, as Irving Walter, Isabel Campello, Wilfried van Del, and Carla Figuera and Sofia Vieira Lopez state, to added value too. 3 minutes of on stage can be a decisive start of a Europe-wide or worldwide career, as we all know. And not only ABBA worth to be mentioned, there are quite more of them. And I don't want to spread euphoria here. Could be a good idea. But value creation goes beyond the obvious in the context of the music industry. It's an advantage for Austria that the Eurovision is held here. Tourism thrives. According to an analysis of the Eco Austria Institute, a total economic value creation of 52 million euros is to be expected. creating 550 jobs. And plus, intellectual value creation should also be considered. It's not only about money, life. The creative industry receives numerous inputs. We can feel it here in this room. Ultimately, all citizens could participate even through singing competitions at schools, example given, or they could take part in conferences like here. A study by the European Broadcasting Union shows that over 155 million people were reached by TV at the last Eurovision. The songs were streamed over 750 million times, and over 1.8 billion video contacts were generated via social media, which I don't like that much usually, but for Eurovision I would make an exception. The same study shows that 98% of the surveyed attendees said that the ESC has celebrated different cultures. Elsewhere, the European Broadcasting Union found out that public service radios had an impact of over 3 billion euros, with which over 50,000 additional employees in Europe. 3 billion euros. The fact that it's public service media organizing the ESC fundamentally ensures that none of this is maximized with the commercial gains of individuals in mind, but that all citizens are always considered. At this point, I also want to point out looming dangers. Many public service media in Europe are at the brink of existence. Not only commercial US giants like Facebook or X, or Chinese giants like TikTok dominate the market. 2.6 billion euros flow annually from Austria in their direction, a number which increases yearly. But populists also harm, be they right-wing or left-wing. A referendum in Switzerland about public service media was recently won in their favor, but the confrontation continues, and it stands. If public service media die, the Eurovision dies too, and with it a contribution to European diversity and integration. And this would be only one of the smallest problems caused by the lack of accountable news. Scientists say that democracy would be in danger without public service media. Don't let it come to that in your home countries, please. It would be an irreparable damage to the public, virtually the opposite of public value. I brought you some of that contributions of European scientists from all over Europe here to the conference, and laid some issues, print issues over there if you're interested in them. What they say from Sweden and Slovakia and Poland and so on, and Switzerland, of course. But let me not end on a melancholy note despite all dangers. British researcher John Fiske has always been opposed to condemning pleasure in principle. What he mentioned that Adorno would do with his idea of cultural industry, and he said, well, all these Germans, they are so heavy somehow. But he opposed that and attributed great value not only to news, not only to the political grandeur, but also to entertainment, the seemingly small. And of course, entertainment is also part of public value. Not everything that is fun must automatically serve someone's business. And that is truly what the Eurovision is, entertainment in the best sense. Entertainment on public service media has some specifics. It must be impeccable in Austria, also ad-free. It must comply with youth protection laws. All of this is not a given, not anyone familiar with commercial online media, and you know that. But the data mining of these companies is just one of the issues involved. But for public service media, there are rules you can trust will be followed, making Eurovision a safe space for families. An event parents can have their children participate in without concern. just like my parents let my sister and me watch decades ago, just as I did with my children 20 years ago, and hopefully can do with my now 2-year-old granddaughter in a few years. And I promise, mindful of my earlier mentioned memories, you remember the thumbs, and I swear publicly, I will teach her in time how to wish someone the best without pain. Until then, I'll cross my fingers for you. I wish you numerous exciting debates, many new insights, and above all, much joy for your conference about the Eurovision. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Konrad. So we have 15 minutes of questions. So here in the room, we will have my dear colleague Isabel with the microphone, and online you can put the questions. So Wilfred will take care of them. So Konrad, are you prepared for the questions?
Yeah, may I sit down?
You can sit
Thank you.
down. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
We have a question online. Right. Okay.
Okay, here it comes. I'll just phrase it the way it was phrased online. Why do you think so many people have a terrible opinion of Eurovision in general? Eurovision is not so respected anymore. It looks like artificial entertainment. Can that opinion be changed, according to you?
Okay, well, I didn't know that there were many. I just knew that many people like Eurovision very, very, very much. And I'm quite sure, I mean, you know, not everyone likes anything. My uncle, which is a very angry old white man, doesn't like it either. And I think what we can do at public service media is just to improve the quality of the songs, of the singers, which we just sent to the Eurovision Song Contest, and still keep in mind that it should be a family event somehow, yeah? Suitable for children, suitable for the young, suitable for everyone, and I'm quite sure, maybe I could put it like this, not even democracy has fans everywhere. And I'm very afraid that the number of people who would like to have a dictator instead, some leader who just decides, you know what I mean, is increasing. And what we can do in democracy is the same what we couldn't do in Eurovision, let everyone participate and just make our jobs good. And maybe we could, and I still hope that next year and the years to come, there will be more and more countries, and maybe it would be a good idea if Australia wins. No, just I like them.
Yeah, so we have a question here in the room.
Thank you very much, Ben Robertson, ESC Insight. I respect and appreciate the understanding for us to show the value of public service media in a world of increased separatisation, of increased populism that comes from social media channels. There's an argument that the Eurovision Song Contest over recent years has seen parallel social media campaigns drive a populism agenda to try and use the Eurovision Song Contest as a platform for certain agendas. Does Eurovision need to do more to protect itself from being exposed to others who try and use a song contest as a way of forcing a certain agenda?
Well, for me, no. I think, you know, we in Vienna like to have it cozy somehow. And I think furor or being always excited is not the very best idea you could have. Just relax. I think Eurovision, the concept of Eurovision worked for 70 years. It survived being held in a country which was ruled by a dictator, if you remember Spain. Yeah? It survived some debates about, I mean, just remember, or yesterday I saw in public service media, in German public service media, a debate where Irving Walter gave some interviews too. So I was very, very proud to meet him here again. And they mentioned some, and after that documentary, there was a debate with some guy from Germany I didn't know, who just said Conchita Wurst. He pronounced her name wrongly and just said some very, very unpolite things. And I think, well, there are people like that too. I think best idea could be what you could do, what everyone could do who likes Eurovision is just convince others, just stand for you and stand for the rights and stand for the Eurovision. Stand up there, yeah? Because don't be afraid, don't be frightened, yeah? Don't be overexcited and too nervous. I think it works. It worked for 70 years, and I'm quite sure my granddaughter, which is now too young, as I mentioned, but will be old enough, maybe with 8 or 9 or maybe earlier, because she started to sing 2 weeks ago. She will have it too. Was that an answer to your question?
I think it's more maybe a reflection of the last few years of the song contest and how it's been instrumentalized as a way of maybe forcing a certain agenda.
Well, you see, I think everyone who is successful is could be. There will always be some people who would like to instrumentalize something that's very successful. So I would keep it as a sign of the own success that you are in danger to being to be occupied. I'm not afraid of that.
So we have time, plenty of time for questions here or online. 2 questions here.
Hiya, Jack. Just got a question, so maybe slightly building on that, but I think it's interesting, how would you define the difference between public value rooted in each nation state? Because of course each nation and their broadcaster will see different value for their populations, right? So the interest that Austria has that it wants to share will be different from Azerbaijan, for example. How do you try to understand the potential conflict between that and the values, the public values that the EBU might claim to have for the event?
Well, we had a lot of debates how we could define public value with the EBU and with German and Swiss broadcasters, because we are in something like a meeting group or a steering committee of that. So I don't think that that there is a huge difference in between the thought what public value is. It always deals with the common good at the end. Yeah? Always, for everyone. It's same in Germany, same in Switzerland, same in the UK, same in France. And everywhere the same too is that from populists, you have some aggressions against these media, because populists know if there are no more accountable news, they will be promoted somehow. They can do it on their own via social media, because there's no one to intervene, no one to choose or to prove what is right and what is wrong. At the end, that maybe some states have different ideas with the song contest doesn't. I would feel that it's somehow a living idea of diversity. I mean, Europe is different, isn't it? And I like that difference. I don't like people who try to suppress, would you say it like that, other ones and want to just tell them what they had to do. But if there's some difference within a democracy, in a democratic sphere, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have another question here.
Yeah, we were just talking about the problems that public service media is facing on the internet, in social media, because there you operate in an environment that is not working according to public value criteria. Is there a discussion about creating a public value-driven internet?
Yeah, we have a lot of debates about that. We call it European Public Open Space. To be honest, we debated since a couple of years, and it's still not here, as you might know. In Austria, we have some specific problems, like in Germany maybe too, because many things we would like to do are forbidden. We have strong commercial media in Austria, who would like to keep the ORF smaller than it could be, who always think that the dwarf, if you compare it internationally, we are a dwarf, the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation, but if you compare it with other Austrian media, we are a giant. We are the biggest one in Austria. So everyone, newspapers, radios, and so on, always say, well, we are that small, the ORF is that big, and we should struggle against them. And they just forget that outside there are giants who just laugh about these dwarfs struggling against each other. So we hope that there will be a new law that would allow us to open our archives, example given, that would allow us to have more possibilities in social media. Right at the moment, we have to broadcast something first and only then be allowed to have it on social media. Just imagine how complicated it is, because we only have broadcast channels of 24 hours. Yeah? And no one would do that today. It's just like if you in times of colored TV would force public service media to broadcast in black and white. Yeah? It's foolish. But I hope it will be changed, and I hope it would be a next step to the European public open space, because I think we need some distinctive media and we need European media. Just let me mention one more thought. You all know what Trump did to that judge from the International Court of Justice. I always mix it up, the name of, so I forgot the name. But this guy couldn't pay with credit card anymore. And it showed how dependent we in Europe are on the goodwill, or not goodwill, of an US president. I'm not sure if everyone would like to become used to him in this room. So I think the European public open space, the European internet, the European social media, it's a must. No choice, we have to.
Yeah, so online, do we have a question? Yeah.
All right. I'm here. All right, there's a question from Daniel online. Should the EBU react and punish countries like the Netherlands or Spain for withdrawing just for political reasons? Especially Spain is a member of the Big Five. Why can they use the ESC ... And I'm not sure about the rest, but I think the question is clear, right? So,
No, I didn't go. What
should the EBU react and punish countries like the Netherlands or Spain for withdrawing
No.
just for political reasons,
Gosh.
especially Spain as it is a member of the Big Five?
No, it should not. I mean, I don't know how to express that in English, but I'd like to live in a world where punishment is not an answer to any question. Would like to live in a world where you maybe have, in Austria, you would say, give them some sweets next time. Yeah, would be the better idea. No. Yeah.
What about here in the room? Are there any other questions? Yes.
Thank you for the keynote. You spoke of entertainment as a public good, and I was wondering what role does the entertainment perspective play in times of growing global crisis, and what role can the Eurovision Song Contest as an entertainment event play as some kind of escape from the reality of the crisis also facing the European Union, and under what conditions can this entertainment factor then give rise to real-world public value in terms of, for example, shared European values?
Well, I think when I remember it correctly, the idea of good entertainment is the idea of eudaimonia from the ancient Greek philosophers. Like, I think it was Epicure, who just said that entertainment or being having good feelings is just a very, very good idea for your own life. So I think, first of all, it's quite okay if you use the Eurovision as an escape room, like being, or I don't know if it's correct to express me like that, but as a safe space, let me put it like that. Because if you have enough with all these wars on the world, with all that economic downsizing somewhere, maybe it's just fine if you have a couple of hours over there where you just think about who's getting 7 points and 10 and 12, and it's fine. Plus, I think it's a good way of being entertained because subliminal, you get some messages like there are other languages in the world, there are other people in the world, maybe there are people who are not just like me, but different, and they are okay too. Hopefully you get some ideas that Europe is bigger than your own home country. Maybe you get the idea that politics can stay away just for a while, and that's a fine idea. Maybe there's something else. Maybe you could have the idea that there are handicapped people if you don't know them. Maybe you could have the idea that women and men are not the only ones existing on that planet. Know what I mean? So it's quite a lot of values which you get with the Eurovision Song Contest, and they are not the worst values, I would assume.
Yeah, thank you. We have time for one quick question, so we have a question there.
And then an online question, I
and
think.
then online,
Wilfried
maybe
is...
we pass here to the room and then online. Yeah.
Okay, so, okay.
Dankeschön. My question is regarding the 5 values that you mentioned of the ORF. How does the ORF approach an international broadcasting event like the ESC with a lot of rules that are given by the EBU with other international broadcasting event that is specially made by the ORF, like the New Year concert, that is more on the side of the national values? Like, I guess it's quite a different scale, but you mentioned the different value, national, international values, so could you talk a bit about that?
Well, I just mentioned our national value is just given by added value, like you get some money for Austria. Yeah? 2, it's about for us, it's about identity. We can show somehow to the world how Austria is. I don't know that clips, how do you call them? The postcards right now. Maybe they are, I think at the end they are a chance, a possibility to show something about your own country. And I hope that we do not show only mountains and yodeling farmers. Maybe because Austria could be more. And at the end, I think it's a possibility to engage many, many, many people, because public service media is always about everyone. Our mandate or remit is to try to inform everyone in this country, to reach everyone. And so I'm proud if some young people just have a sing-along in their schools. That would be, for me, some national value, because they grow up in a country where they learn singing could be a good idea and could be helpful. There's a very famous opera singer, Bea Robin, who just says that music could heal you, which is, for me, an interesting thought. And we decided to have our next public debate in June after the song contest about that. For me, at the end, national value would be a debate of identity, which is not only about identity which is 300 years old. Could be a new identity too, because identity is always something you should have new deals on. And added value, we too have some special ideas about our regions in Austria, because they think themselves to be different or distinctive, which is whenever I welcome Chinese visitors very funny, because I have to tell them that in Austria there are regions of 100,000 people who think that they are different from everyone else in that country. And Chinese people always look at me and say, well, I mean, it's one road in Peking. Are you sure they are different? But for us, it's given. Yeah.
So we just have time for this online question, and then since afterwards we will have a break, so more questions. Konrad could reply on the break, maybe.
Yeah, but I have to confess, after the break, I have to run away because they told me it was forbidden that I park my car inside. I have to change the parking lot, and after that I'll come back.
So I will give the microphone to online.
I think the question comes down to whether Eurovision Song Contest is still a family program, because it goes like this. You said Eurovision should be for families. In fact, it ceases to be so, which is a problem. Too many politics, states and songs. Some things acceptable, some not. So let's get that down to a question. Is Eurovision Song Contest, considering the current circumstances, still a family program?
Well, let me put it like this. For my family, yes. Might be some other families who, I mean, just maybe one short story. Once I had some debates with a mother of young children who told me she saw the last crime show, Krimi, yeah, in public service media, and she was very, very upset because she saw a naked breast woman. And we talked about it, if it would be okay, if a 10-year-old blah, 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 would see a naked breast, or it should not. But what she never mentioned is, when you saw the naked breast, there were already 5 people killed. And she wasn't upset by that. So I think maybe in some families it's okay to watch 5 people killed, but it would be not okay to see naked legs or whatever. For me, Song Contest is a brilliant family program, believe me. I love it.
So thank you so much. What a nice way to close this wonderful keynote. So another big round of applause to our invited speaker, Konrad. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will have a 15 minutes break. So we will be here again on 10:15. So how convenient. And during this break online, we will have a special content by Marie-Thérèse Stedry, I hope, on ESC and happiness. So those one in the room, if you want to watch it, you go afterwards to our YouTube channel to watch this special content. So, and after the break, we have coffee here, and after the break, we will have a very special moment of Eurovision's conference, our Science Slam. So stay here in the room and stay online. See you in 50 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my speech, Happy Eurovision, How the Eurovision Song Contest Contributes to Psychological Well-Being. My name is Marie-Thérèse Stedry, and I am going to show you at first a quick overview on what I want to talk to you about in the next few minutes. So at first, I'd like to say some words about me and my work. Then I'm going to introduce the Schulfach Glück, so the school subject happiness, to you. After that, I have the happiness cross framework, which I want to show to you because it's a quite interesting framework to apply on the Eurovision Song Contest. So this will be the next part of my little speech. And after that, I am going to make a little conclusion and give you some future perspectives. So let's dive in. Some words about me. As I already said, my name is Marie-Therese Stedri. I'm a media educator, but I'm also a resilience coach for children and adolescents. It's a quite difficult word in English, resilience. Resilience coach for children and adolescents. I'm also a certified parent course facilitator in the program Strong Parents, Strong Children, and I am a trainer for the program which I brought with me today, the School Subject Happiness Program. But I think the most important information on this slide is that I'm a passionate Eurovision Song Contest fan. So let me tell you something about Schulfach Glück. Let me introduce the school subject happiness to you. What is this about? Schulfach Glück is an innovative educational concept aimed at promoting life skills, personal development, and the psychological well-being of students. And it was introduced in 2027 by Ernst Fritz Schubert in Heidelberg, and it's based on the principles of positive psychology. The goal of Schulfach Glück is to reduce stress and empower students to lead self-determined lives through self-reflection, a strength-based approach, and the development of social competencies. So it's a big program. It's a real interesting qualification, which I did in the last 2 years. And concerning the question on how it is implemented, we can say that Schulfach Glück, so the school subject happiness, is especially implemented in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And it's not yet a fixed school subject in every school, in every plan of students, but it's more a kind of elective subject within, or it's implemented within project-based learning formats. For example, project days or something like this. I hope this will change in the future because the school subject happiness should be a fixed part of children's and adolescents' school, daily school experience, but it's not yet there. It's more a kind of project-based learning format. But nevertheless, it's a real great program with a big variety of different methods and different goals and core elements, which I don't want to explain to you in detail in this speech because this would take too long, but maybe I can give you some more insights in the future. We will see. So for now, we are going to have a look at one special framework from the school subject happiness, and this special framework is called the Happiness Cross. The Happiness Cross framework is a kind of system with 2 axes and 4 areas. And now we are going to have a closer look on this. So the first line, the first thing which is important in the Happiness Cross framework is the question of how short or how long does it last, the feeling happy. So it's about duration. And it's also about intensity. How intense is the happiness feeling which I am talking about? And you can differentiate every part of this Happiness Cross into 2 different forms. So duration can be divided or differentiated in short term and long term. And intensity can be differentiated in low intensity and high intensity. And with that, you are getting 4 areas, which are 4 different ways of how you can experience happiness, how you can foster well-being, if you want to say it like this. And to get closer to the different areas, there are 4 questions which are important to make people think about in this method. So we start with the first area, which is concerned concern the short-term duration and the low intensity. There is the question, what are small things in your everyday life that bring you quick and easily accessible moments of happiness? For example, a cup of coffee or a walk in the forest, for example. The second area is about short-term duration and high intensity. So what are things in your life that give you a strong boost of happiness in the moment you experience them? For example, riding a roller coaster or something like this. The third area is about long-term duration and low intensity. The leading question there is, what are things in your life that you would probably only realize make you happy if they were no longer there? And the last area, which is about long-term duration and high intensity, is led by the question, what are things in your life that create a strong sense of happiness over a longer period of time? And if you want to find headlines for the different areas, you can say that the yellow area with short-term duration and low intensity, these things can be called moments. There are moments of happiness, the cup of coffee or the walk in the forest. The pink area, so short-term duration and high intensity, the answers in this area might or are usually connected to experiences, riding a roller coaster, attending a concert, for example. These are experiences. Interesting is the blue area with a long-term duration and a low intensity, because there it's often about structures. So, for example, being healthy or owning your own car and being able to drive to every place you want to at any time you want to. These can be answers in the blue area, and it's usually about structures and material things you have in your life, which you might think they are normal, but if you don't have them anymore because you get sick or your car gets broken, then you realize, okay, these are actually things that make me happy, but I just don't realize it when they are there. So these are structures. And the green area, long-term duration and high intensity, there are many things which are connected to relationships and personal development. Taking this, we are heading forward to the question of how we can apply the happiness cross to the Eurovision Song Contest. And this is a very interesting question, which I thought about in preparation for this speech. And I've been formulating 4 questions to lead my thoughts in order to find some personal examples which we can talk about in this speech, so that we have a kind of baseline. From there we can go further. So let's start with the first question, short-term duration and low intensity. What are small things around the Eurovision Song Contest that give you a quick and easily accessible moment of happiness? I'm going to share my personal examples in a few slides, but first I want to show all 4 questions to you. The pink area, short-term and high intensity, is the question, what ESC-related experiences give you a strong, immediate boost of happiness? The blue area, long-term duration and low intensity, is about what ESC-related things would you probably only realize make you happy if they were no longer part of your life? And the green area, long-term duration and high intensity, is about what ESC-related things create a strong sense of happiness over a longer period of time. And now I'm going to show you some of my personal examples for the moments. So it's about the question, what are small things around the Eurovision Song Contest that give you a quick and easily accessible moments of happiness? Short-term and low intensity. And thinking about this question, I came up with the following answers. For me, This can be listening or watching your favorite ESC entry, listening to a new Eurovision-related podcast episode, watching a new reaction video on YouTube, or looking funny Eurovision memes at social media, but also turning up an ESC song in the car and singing along. Maybe also in my own made-up version of the lyrics, because they're not English or German. And also buying ESC merchandise is for me a small thing around the Eurovision Song Contest that gives me a quick and easily accessible moment of happiness. But there could be many more answers. These are just some examples of my personal perspective. So let's go ahead to the next area where it is about experiences. So what ESC-related experiences give you a strong, immediate boost of happiness? Short-term, high intensity. And I came up with the answers when your favorite song also gets an amazing staging and you see it for the first time, or being in the arena and experiencing a live ESC show. Watching the ESC at a public viewing with other fans is also always an experience for me with a strong and immediate boost of happiness. But also having an ESC watch party with close friends at home could be a kind of experience if they are the right people for this context. And it can also be special moments at the Euro Club. For example, if everyone sings along to a song you can also sing along to, or dancing an iconic routine as a group, which is also very, very cool to experience. If your own country gets 12 points, that's also a big experience, especially for me as a German. It's very great, and luckily I had the opportunity to experience this in the last year at Basel, when Abo and Tinna got 12 points at the jury votes, and it was great at the public viewing, celebrating your own country with getting 12 points. But also if your favorite entry gets 12 points, this might be a possible way to give you a strong immediate boost of happiness. Or if you have a nerdy ESC conversation with a like-minded people, or a like-minded guy or friend or something like this. And some other example, which I just experienced some days ago, if you're snagging last-minute tickets for the live show, which I managed to do, and that gave me a very strong and a very immediate boost of happiness, even if it was quite expensive. Okay. Let's move on to the blue area, which is connected to the thing about structures. So what ESC-related things would you probably only realize make you happy if they were no longer part of your life? Long-term and low intensity. And there were quite interesting answers, I think, because the first thing that came to my mind was when this ESC takes place at all and isn't cancelled, for example, due to a pandemic. We all remember 2020, and it wasn't really great. Or having access to the technology, to being able to follow the ESC at all, to watch it via TV or online streaming or other ways. And also the fact that all countries participate in the ESC and there are no boycotts or disqualifications in the best case. Yes, we already experienced it in the current season, and it's not a really good feeling if there are boycotts or if there are disqualifications, like we saw it in the last years.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, hello Europe! Very welcome to the second part of this first conference day of the Eurovision's International Conference, and now we are going to one of the most exciting parts of this conference, which is our annual science slam.
On your microphone.
What? There's something wrong?
Yeah, I think so. The in-ear rubbing, you know. Did I mute it? Oh, it is muted. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. A big round of applause for the technician. Thank you, Paul. So welcome to the most exciting part of, maybe the most exciting part of this day, our annual Science Slam, which is an integral part of the Eurovision's conference because we want to give a platform to early career researchers who are about to be the future of the Eurovision research community. We have created this space for these young people, and that these young people can start into their Eurovision career easily. We always have an experienced and established Eurovision researcher with us. We like to call them dinosaurs. So welcome Jack Shepherd with us for this first round of
Everyone loves dinosaurs. Everyone loves dinosaurs.
We will see him later because he has big news to announce, a wonderful publication on Eurovision that you all need to purchase. And you will get a special discount code for all those who are present here to get this publication for a very reasonable price. But we will come back to that later. So now let's start with the first round of the Eurovision Science Slam with Philippe Krusch, with Irem Elbir, with Max Bauer and Luise Poppe, sorry.
Great. All right. Shall we begin? So we'll start with a short introduction from each of the slammers. So I think they have 2 minutes each to present their work, and then I'll ask you all a few questions, and then eventually we'll sort of open it to our audience here and online. So maybe if we start with you, Max.
Sure. Hi everyone, I'm a big Eurovision fan. Back in 2014, I was asking myself, what fascinates me so much about Eurovision? Who makes up the Eurovision fan community in Austria, and why are so many gay men especially into it? To answer these questions, I did a survey in 2014 and repeated the same survey again now in 2026. My name is Max, I'm from Vienna. I studied political science and journalism in Vienna and in Sweden, and I did my master's thesis on the Eurovision fan community in Austria. My two online surveys, one in 2014 with over 600 participants and a follow-up now in 2026 with over 800, show that especially gay or queer men and straight women are in the center of ESC fandom. To them, Eurovision is like a room for dialogue. I called it a diskursiver Raum. My research shows Eurovision is not just a TV show. Now more than ever, fans find it colorful, emotional, international, diverse, and queer. In other words, it's an emotional space for everyone, not just for the artists on stage, but also for fans to express themselves in this space. Another interesting result, since Conchita Wurst won in 2014, the Austrian fan community has grown massively. Austria went from, oh wow, can't believe we actually won, to fans maybe expecting even a win and getting it again with JJ. But Eurovision fans are not only enthusiastic, They are also critical. Many discuss politics and the role of the EBU. So fandom today is not just cheering, it's also reflecting. And that's what makes Eurovision so fascinating for research. It's music, it's identity, community, politics, emotions, and then also two men with wolf masks singing about a banana. Thank you so much.
Now we hear from Irem.
Hello everyone, I am Irem Albir. I'm a PhD student at Europa Universitat Flensburg, but I'm Turkish. So today I will talk about Eurovision, as you will know. So Eurovision was more than a contest for many Turkish people. It was a cultural ritual, and I'm also a huge Eurovision fan. And I still remember the national pride when Sertab Erener won in 2003. But since 2012, that stage has gone dark, and today I will discuss that phantom stage, I will call the digital afterlife of Eurovision Song Contest as a site of resistance in Turkish context. So officially the withdrawal in 2012 was blamed on technicalities like the voting rules. However, it was an early indication of rising authoritarianism in Turkey. And the contest main or core pillars, values like diversity, gender diversity, freedom of speech, became ideologically incompatible with the government's shift towards the authoritarianism and conservative discourse. So by silencing Eurovision, the government also isolated the country from this kind of joy from the public itself. But how does this silent stage survive? Through a digital counter archive. So I analyzed YouTube video comments for the official video of 2004 Eurovision held in Istanbul. And under this video, people don't just comment on the music, they perform a collective mourning for a version of Turkey or time of Turkey that is remembered as good old days. So here nostalgia isn't just a feeling, it's a political critique. So in conclusion, this phantom stage proves that while the state can withdraw from the competition physically, it cannot easily erase the cultural identity or the identities attached to this contest and the belonging with the contest itself. So Eurovision remains a powerful tool for negotiating who we are in the face of authoritarianism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irem. We'll move to Felipe.
Hello. So hello everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Philippe. I'm 23 years old. I'm a teacher at Instituto Piaget and also communication professional from Portugal. And this here is my master's dissertation. It was like a work that I really love to do, that I had Sophia actually as my how do you say it? A supervisor, exactly, thank you. And so in this dissertation I looked at Festival da Canção, so Portugal's national selection for Eurovision, through the lens of gamification. And you might be wondering, like, gamification, games, like Eurovision, what? So, like, have you ever, like, watched Eurovision and thought, like, wait, is this actually, like, a game? And that's exactly where I spent months researching. I analyzed 3 editions, 1964, 1994, and 2024. And I used a framework that I called recap. Yeah, a bit funny in here, but each of these letters represents a game element. So you mean representation in terms of rules of the contest, engagement, competition, assessment, and also progression. So all of these could be like interesting game elements to look on, editions on these 3 editions of Festival da Canção. The big finding that I found is that gamification isn't something that arrived with social media or the internet. It was always there, actually, because the competition structure, the jury, the suspense, all of that annual ritual, it was like a game from the very beginning, if you look closely to every single thing in there. So what changed was actually the audience role. So, you know, from passive viewers in 1964 to actually we can have like player spectators, I would say, in 2024. So people, you know, who vote, comment, create content, and also keep, you know, the game going way beyond the broadcast. So Festival da Canção isn't just, you know, a song contest. It's actually, we can see it as a cultural game. So yeah, and we've all been playing it actually. So yeah, thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to talk about it.
And now we'll hear from Louise.
Yeah, so hello everybody. My name is Lisa. I study in Vienna journalism, and I wrote my bachelor thesis about the Austrian media coverage of the Eurovision Song Contest 2025. So for that I analyzed the 3 websites of the biggest media outlets in Austria, which is ORF, Krone and Der Standard. And I focused on 3 different topics, which is the Middle Eastern conflict, the topic of diversity, and the artists' stories. And my research basically showed that for the Middle Eastern conflict, every media outlet reported really neutral and objective. For the diversity topic, most of the media outlets reported a lot, especially Der Standard, and they had also a lot of opinion pieces on it, but a broad variety of opinion pieces. And for the artist stories, you have to highlight the ORF, because they actually reported a lot on JJ last year, who, as we all know, won. So he had a special place there, but also the Kronenzeitung and Der Standard reported a lot on him. And to dig a little further into the journalistic part of the Eurovision media coverage, I created a podcast and talked to 3 journalists from ORF, Kronenzeitung and Der Standard, and also to an Eurovision expert who was already mentioned today, Florian Wagner, and a representative of the OGAE Austria. And we talked about how journalists decide what to report on and which topics to feature in their articles, and how the broad public sees these topics in the media. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you so much for your introductions. I have some questions and notes here that I'm going to sort of go through. So we'll go one by one, I think. We have about 5 minutes per person, and then we'll sort of open up some more general questions and the audience, if that sounds good with our organizers.
Absolutely.
Great.
Just before you start, I forgot to mention before that the voting lines are already open. So you can find a little QR code on your screen, and there you will find the feedback site where you can already vote for the participants and their presentations. And of course, this is not the competition about who is the best scientist, but who is having the best presentation, like in Eurovision. So everyone has 2 votes, so you're not forced to vote for your best friend. You can also vote for the presentation that you like second best. Yeah, the voting lines are open, and now the battle is open as well.
Yes, and you can't vote 20 times this year. So let's start with you, Max.
Yes.
And I enjoyed at the beginning of your film, you said you were in Brighton, which I was pleased to hear, because I'm from Eastbourne, which is 30 minutes away. And I imagine that Brighton is probably the Eurovision capital of England, I would say, perhaps. And you did this survey 2 times now, which is pretty cool for somebody who's in the Slam to have a study from 10 years ago that they're revisiting. And not only is that fun, but also you have a huge amount of respondents. 800, I think, is for any kind of survey, that's great work. But you mentioned there's both there and now that Eurovision is mostly popular with the sort of queer men and heterosexual women. Could you explain to us, I think we understand quite well why that might be, but why not heterosexual men and queer women? Do you think there's some answers for why it's not appealing to these groups in quite the same way?
There were all kinds of people in this survey taking part, like from all age groups, from, let me think, I mean, when you look at education, it was quite high, but it was interesting. I mean, it's hard to give an answer on that because the survey was out there, and it was directed to people that live in Austria and are interested in Eurovision, and it was about 800, as I said, and 750 of them on a scale from 1 to 6 said like they're interested from 3 to 6, so quite a lot, and there were only a few that even it was directed at Eurovision interested people that go through all the questions. And to answer that, I would go into the details what, for instance, are the difference when you see what people are interested in. I ask one question, what are you interested in Eurovision? And then how do you describe Eurovision? You could choose from many words. Some I mentioned. Is it for you political, entertainment? Is it colorful, entertaining, colorful, boring? It was positive and negative words. And there you can see differences. For instance, the question is political. How many tick that? Especially young people tick that. And also more lesbian participants said it's political for them. So if you go into the details, you can see differences in the answers, but for me it's hard to answer why did they not take part in the first place.
Yeah.
But one little thing to add, I think queer women, you can see often that queer women are marginalized or not so much in the open space compared to gay men. That's a whole different research topic, but I think it fits into this as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there's also the fact that probably there are many heterosexual men that like Eurovision, like myself, but that probably feel pressure not to, not to be so involved, right? Because I think there is this kind of stigma if you're a straight man who likes Eurovision. At least that's my understanding. And then later on you talk about, as you just mentioned, what do they like, what do they get out of this contest, and you mentioned that fans, they crave this sort of big professional event, that's something they're looking for. And I'm wondering whether you think there is a tension between that and the branding of Eurovision, which has become, one might say, more professional, but perhaps also a bit more impersonal. What would you think there is a kind of tension between being a big event and being still a personal event for these fans?
Mm-hmm. I would have two answers to that. From my answers I got in the survey, you can see what changed within those 11 years. And the top two answers now are that music is the number one interest, which is good, I think, in a way that it is still on top, but also spectacle rose, like it was maybe on 4th or 5th place 11 years ago, and maybe the artists or the host city or other factors were more important, but now the spectacle came more important. So I thought that's very interesting that this is a reflection of how big this show is, and also so professional. And I think there are nostalgic fans, that would be my other take on it, on your question, that maybe even missing, back then it was fun to see someone from Austria being on stage, and it's embarrassing, and then you can talk about it and then make fun of that, or from any other country. And now it's so polished and professional. When I talk to fans, I hear that some like that a lot, that it's so professional now, and some miss those times with some little more spice in that way.
Thank you. Yeah, and my last question is, you talk about this diskursive Raum, right? And how, I'm wondering, do you think that's still true? Because I think a lot of pressure right now on the Eurovision is that it isn't a place for open discussion around certain topics. What do you think is the fan impression there?
When you ask the EBU, they always state that I mean, they also state that it's like an open thing, and they want people to discuss about it. But of course, when everyone has in mind this non-political stamp that it has from the EBU, everyone talks about everything related to Eurovision. I'm in a WhatsApp group of the Austrian fan community, and it was so interesting when there were discussion of whether to have Khan for Israel excluded from the competition or not. How people say, let's not talk about this in this WhatsApp group because it should be about the music, and others say, hey, but this is a essential part, and I'm feeling very strongly, and that's what I think is also so important. It's a room for dialogue, and I also said emotions and emotional space. That's also so important. People love Eurovision, and they are hurt and sad that some of this might be destroyed or put in one direction, and that you have fans from other countries you can't connect in the same way. So I think the discussions are going on. So yeah, it is a room for discussions. Maybe if you look at the broader way, definitely, and then also at Eurovision itself, there is some room. You have the, maybe the last thought, you have the commentary from every country. And I know some are very open with their opinions on how to frame what song comes next and what country sings next, and in others it's quite neutral. So there are so many points where you have discussions at the show and around it. So I think, yeah, it's still true.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a good perspective to bring with us. That it's not all about the EBU at the end of the day, right? So thank you, Max. Thank you. We'll move to Irem, and I like this idea of nostalgia that you bring up, because I, as a Eurovision fan, I think many in the room probably have a nostalgia for Turkey's participation. And yeah, so I think that it's not just for Turkish people. I think it's a European feeling. But I wanted to dig into a bit more about this term nostalgia that you bring up, and I wonder if you could explain a little bit more about what is it that they are nostalgic for? Is it, and second part of that is, do you think this nostalgia is valid, or is it, like many forms of nostalgia, a kind of rose-tinted view on the past?
So the nostalgic part is mainly for the, I will call it secular side of the country, that currently we don't feel it too much as a citizen. I'm saying it. But what I mean, secularism is kind of related with the way of life, how people live, and they will not forced to live in another way. So these, when I checked the comments, there were many related things about the nostalgia that is associated with the secular character of Turkey, because in 2004, when the country was hosting, there were many shows, interval acts, but today the public broadcaster would probably not broadcast these shows. So there were lots of comments about the structure of the shows, and they just feel nostalgic about how they felt when they were part of the Eurovision contest. Yeah, maybe I can answer it this way.
Yeah, sure. And I guess another part is that you mentioned both online and now that you're a mega fan of the event, and I'm wondering, how does that impact how you're viewing this topic?
Quick question: could you research into the microphone too, because I think it's a bit quiet. Not you, the Aaron.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Or
yes, would you like to borrow this one? There you go.
Okay. Yeah, it's broken.
You have to keep it quite close. Yeah.
So it was a little bit difficult but since I'm a fan of Eurovision, it's also useful to see the lots of dynamics within the contest. So I would say I could understand the structure of the contest and then interpret these structures. But since I'm also a citizen of that country that I'm looking to, it was a little bit difficult to be objective, but I'm not sure whether social sciences can be purely objective, so maybe I can say in this way.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly. I think it was more about how that helped you perhaps understand some of the topics that you were talking about. And something that I think you didn't mention perhaps so much in your video, but you did now, and was sort of the reasons behind why Turkey left Eurovision and the sort of threat or perceived threat that Eurovision posed to the government. And I'm wondering if you could comment on why other countries who are of a similar authoritarian bent, let's say Azerbaijan or Russia before it was banned, why did they stay in, and why did Turkey and let's say Hungary leave? Could you think of any reason why some stay and some go?
Maybe sometimes there's part of this public diplomacy side of Eurovision, so maybe these countries like Azerbaijan or Hungary, I don't know, they might think about so maybe I can emphasize the Azerbaijan side. I'm a little bit familiar more. They still consider the contest as a side of their public diplomacy, I guess. But Turkey, I'm not still. I have still difficulties with this official name. So Turkey does not consider it more like a public diplomacy, because there is a huge oh my god, my English is getting worse since I started learning German.
We totally get you.
There's a pressure from the Turkish society that we should still be part of the contest, but the government just ignore. But I guess in the Azerbaijani context, since they still contest as a side of, they can show their country and a kind of a country advertisement. So maybe the reason they still participate into the contest. But there are lots of effects of these decisions. So it's just an assumption.
Thank you. Yeah, and I wonder whether that might change now that, well, you never know. Maybe Turkey might join the Asian Eurovision Song Contest.
Yeah, maybe.
There were rumors that Israel might move there, so we'll see if other former contestants are. Thank you. We'll move to you, Philippe. Very smooth production in your video, must be said. I was like, hang on, this guy he's like an influencer, a blogger, but then you explained that you are, so there you go. Well done.
Thank you.
And I think it's interesting, to look at these three different Eurovisions from very different times. Obviously, your video couldn't give too much details on this recap model, so I kind of wanted you to explain a bit more. What is this model?
Yeah. So this name, first of all, I just wanted to start by the name because it was just, I was thinking, how can I make this framework, of course, functional, but also funny? And I was like, okay, maybe I can put like, okay, rules, engagement, competition, assessment, progression, all of these in Portuguese, of course. So I tried to, adapt this to English so it could make sense as well to, give all of the letters of recap. But I think it makes sense for me because starting with the R, that is representation, so in terms of the rules, it makes sense because in all of the games there's also rules. There's always rules actually, because you know every single step. For example, Super Mario. For example, you have to like move your character. I mean Mario, or even our Mario character. I mean of the world of Mario. And then you have to press the keys or something. You have to do this because that's kind of like the rules of the game. And it's just like Eurovision, because we have all of that voting rules and all of that, even the staging rules itself, every single rule that is on Eurovision. So I think that would make absolute sense. Of course, I'm talking about Festival de Canção, so yeah, Festival de Canção in this case, we would adapt these rules to this context. In terms of engagement, I think that's also an obvious part, because the presenter also has to engage with the public that he or she is talking to, and then they're trying to like engage with the public and trying to just like keep the flow going, keep the show interesting, and also with the rise of social media and all of that, of course the show is like changing dynamics over the time. And then competition, of course, we're talking about like Festival de Canção, like so of course it's a competition itself. So I don't think I'm really going to drag much on this one. And then assessment, I would say this is much more related to the points. We have a lot of points, the qualifiers, all of that. I think it would make sense to also have a parameter for this one, because it's the way that the juries and also the public can assess all of these performances. And then the progression, of course, because we start on Festival de Canção with the semifinals, and then we keep going. Semifinal 1, semifinal 2, and then the grand final. And all of this, of course, and even the single show also has the progression. So we start with all of that, the opening parts, and then we have all the performances, and the green room, and all of that. The progression of the show also, I think, would make sense, just like games. So I think all of these 5 factors make sense to put on this framework. For me, it was functional. It was a really fun way to do it as well. So I think it was the best way to try to analyze this as a game.
And I guess quick question, was that from game studies, or where did the theory behind this come from?
Well, I saw some game theories. I tried to I saw a lot of authors like Huizinga and a lot of others. It was like a lot. I would have to check in here. It's not really here, but yeah, it was a lot of others that kind of inspired me to do this, because a lot of them actually referred a lot of these elements, like rules and also the engagement of the game, the competition, the assessment, the progression of the game, and even other elements. But I tried to synthesize all of this into 5, so it could be like just a really extensive grid, so it would be a much more effective work, and it would be a bit more easy for me to try to analyze these 3 editions. I think that would be the best way to do it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and I think the notion of Eurovision as a game is, I think, especially interesting this year, where you see so much obsession with rules and who got a certain rule, like for example the Finnish case where they'll be allowed to play a violin, and everyone's, it's cheating, because in real terms it's literally just somebody playing a violin. It doesn't make it any difference. But this obsession with rules and people breaking, I think, is quite interesting. But another question is about engagement, because I think this is also an interesting dimension of Eurovision that's changing over the years. Before, people sat in the audience dressed smarter than me, and they sort of politely clapped, and now there's this kind of this mass who's cheering and shouting. But there's limits, right? Well, that's what's interesting, is that if the audience does something that the organizers don't like, for example booing, well, that gets drowned out. So I'm kind of wondering what you think are the where are the limits of engagement in Eurovision? Because not just that, but there must be other ways that they want people to engage. That gives them more hits on TikTok, whatever, but they also don't really want them so close.
Well, that's a really interesting question, actually. I really didn't thought about this on this specific study. I think that would be a really interesting research topic, I would say, talking about the limits of this engagement. But I would say, like, trying to compare a bit with the editions that I analyzed, and in this case on Festival de Canção. Of course, on 1964 there was no social media, and not really on 1994. That was like just the beginning of the internet, I would say. But I would say, like, it was not really, the spectator was not really participating a lot. It was just passive, just like watching the show, like seeing everything that was going on, and the show was going on and flowing. And now, in the recent years, you start to see like a bit more of a power to the people, you would say, like a power to people in terms of, you know, they go to social media, they comment. Also that might influentiate a bit of the influence, a bit of the performances, and even I would say the moral of the artist. For example, if they look at the comments, if a performance was like really bad, and the artist looks at the comments like saying, "Oh, that was so bad, that was awful," that would not be good for the artist, I would say. So I think that probably would influence the mood and all of that. So in terms of limits, it's a really difficult thing to actually think about, because in social media at this point it's really complicated to have like a limit, because we just like, you know, post a lot of stuff, like a lot of different content, a lot of different content creators as well. It's so much stuff right now on social media that it's actually so complicated, like, to think about it. Of course, there has been some rules even about AI, for example, and it's getting even more scary at this point, even the part of deepfakes, for example, and all of that. So I would say, like, it's a really complicated question. I would say that would be a really interesting research topic, I would say, but it's, yeah, engagement right now, it has been like, I would say that the people are having even more, and it might even grow even more. Like at this point, maybe we would be like on stage with the artists. I would say at some point we would, even if we're not in the arena, we would be like floating somewhere in there, like VR or something. I don't know.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we'll move to Louisa. And you chose to focus on these three things, which I guess were the conflict in Israel-Gaza, I assume, diversity, and top of my head, can't remember the third one.
The artist stories.
The artist stories, exactly.
Artists, yeah.
I was wondering if you could explain to me why you chose those three things, because I guess you could have chosen anything.
Yeah, that's true. I could have chosen anything, but I tried to focus on things that were on, kind of on my page, first of all, like the Middle Eastern conflict or the Israel-Gaza debate is, as you all probably know, is a really big topic, especially in the last years. But when I dove into the research, I noticed that it's actually an ongoing topic, like not just the last few years, but it goes way back. And so does diversity. And then the artist stories was basically just to bring in another perspective from the artists themselves, and to also see how they are presented in the Austrian media, not just JJ as I mentioned, but also the Israeli candidate, or last year the Estonian candidate was kind of a interesting factor, because the Italian media was not so happy about him. So yeah, that was also the reason why I chose these three.
Sure, thank you. And I guess linked to that, my second question is that this morning we heard about how broadcasters understand diversity, and I think in your presentation I was sort of wondering what does diversity mean in your study, because of course diversity could mean many things, and the EBU, I think, or Eurovision more generally, has a very sort of particular understanding of what diversity means, which I would interpret mostly as sort of open to love who you want and this kind of queer visibility. Is that what you were focusing on, or was it broader than that?
It was actually right that the queer community, especially at the Eurovision as a queer event, because I think it's really interesting how, like Max's study also shows, a lot of queer people are really interested in the Eurovision and also kind of feel represented by Eurovision. And that's why I wanted to see or take a look at how the Austrian media covers this topic, because it's an ongoing topic and it gets more and more important. And so I focused on the queer side of diversity, but there's also stuff like race or nationality or something like that, but that was not the main focus.
Thank you. And the last one is probably a bit tricky, so I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but I was interested how you talked about how, for example, the references to conflict were presented as neutral, based on facts, and of course, I think that's a tricky word to use in a context to do with conflict in general. But I'm wondering how you work in journalism. You know, you've studied this as a master's degree, and you're analysing text, because it's one thing to analyse text and see what's said, but it's another thing to analyse text and see what's not said. And I was wondering if that's something that you looked at as well, or reflected on, how, you know, you might analyse what's there, but did you think about what isn't there?
That's an interesting approach. First of all, I didn't really feature it in my thesis, but I have to say I tried to see the message in between the lines. For example, for the Middle Eastern conflict or the Israel-Gaza debate, I actually found a few articles that were kind of, for me personally, in my opinion, more negatively, and I tried to pin it on one or two words, but it's really difficult to find that out, and especially in terms of my bachelor thesis, I was limited in my pages and stuff, so I couldn't go into detail there a lot. But it's a really interesting approach, and maybe also a topic for another research.
Thank you very much. How long do we have left, Walter?
Okay, so I think I will open the discussion for your questions. Are there any?
Yep.
Yes. Sorry. About Turkey. I have the feeling we don't mention the elephant in the room. I mean, you tried it to mention also Hungary. I think there is something what has Hungary, well, had Hungary, which has Turkey still. I don't know how old he is and how long he will stay, but why don't we mention that it is just the government in Turkey, which they say it's too sexy and it's too gay. I mean, I lived there. I lived there for 3 years, and that's what you could hear.
They actually said it, and it was right after the win of Conchita Wurst. There was a huge debate because the government withdrew from the contest in 2012, 2003, and the next year Conchita Wurst won. And someone from the Radio Television Council said that, look, we were right. So we were actually had a quite good decision, because we couldn't broadcast this show on TV. It's not a family show, etc. So actually, they said.
Okay, so the next question, please.
Thank you, everybody. I have a question for Felipe on activity and passivity and gamification. It's more a comment, actually, because in my view, the difference is in media theories. You know, media theories were talking about passive spectators. It is not the reality. So I would say that this kind of gaming and gathering together and enjoying Eurovision together, it was always there. How it looks like today is just different. And my maybe even problem is that the activities, for example, the live chats, are so short and you cannot even really read it. So the question is, how much engagement, like real engagement, is there today in this kind of practices compared to practices 20, 30, 40 years ago, where people were actually sitting at a bar or wherever, maybe at home, and also like playing a game. So can you please say more about this kind of comparison, but not that it looks like, oh wow, today we have the social media and now we are so active, because in my view it's just not true. It's different.
Yeah, I completely understand your perspective, and it makes sense for me. Because, 1964 and 1994 we didn't have social media, we didn't have internet. Maybe on 1994 we had the beginning, But yeah, it was just like you said, like on 1964 I think people just like stopped to watch Festival de Canção, and that was the way of them engaging, because watching with the family, that's like the way of them engaging with them, with all of them. And then on 1994, I would say it goes to that part, to just like go to I don't know, a friend's house, or go to, just like you said, to a bar or something like that, and they engage with themselves, like talking about, oh my god, which song do I like? Oh, I really think this song should win Festival de Canção or something like that. And then, of course, we go now to this more actual perspective that is, I analyzed 2024, but I would say it's still pretty much similar. That is also, of course, what you said, the live chats. I think, that engagement is not really, the Eurovision with the spectators, but really between spectators, they're like talking a lot between themselves, like, for example, like saying, oh, this should qualify, or this should definitely not qualify, and they like keep interacting with themselves, and not really like the official channel doesn't even have to do much, because people are just so engaged on the show. They're like, Eurovision doesn't even need to like just get there and put comments like, what's your opinion about this song? What did you like? And no, people just like start commenting. They don't even need a question to do that. So people just like keep interacting, just like they were like in cafes, bars. Now the bars, it would be like kind of like a live chat right now. It's like a change from pace. And it's actually interesting to think about that, like in a way, like how engagement is evolving over time. And I would say it's really similar to other media formats, like at least those more popular stuff. For example, I would say the FIFA World Cup, for example, when we have like the draws of each group stage, people are just talking like, oh, that country is like with that group, oh, that group is the group of death or something. Like, for example, that's like, I would say it's like the, all of that is like engagement, like people are just engaging with themselves. The official channel, I would say, for example, YouTube, that doesn't even have to intervene. They just like engage with themselves. I think that's really interesting to think about that. It's just like a cafe or a bar.
Okay, we have more questions here.
I have a question for Max. So I'm interested in fan communities as well, and do you have more characteristics that a typical Eurovision fan consists of? Like, what are other boxes apart from it might be gay men or heterosexual women? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I mentioned that they are very well educated, like from these 800 that took part, I think about 2/3 had the Matura, which is the equivalent to be able to study. So that's super high, and I also have to question how much does it have to do with my aggregation of these survey participants, because there's always a bias how you allocate these. Besides that, I mentioned also very briefly that the age range was very broad. There were young people that are very interested, then also up to older groups like 50 plus, where I think 20% of the participants. So it was quite interesting. So to see these factors, I'm just thinking right now if there was a different one that could be looked at, that I ask at the end about the demographics. But I think
maybe rural and urban.
Yeah, also more in bigger places than smaller cities. But this was not so like a strong point as like when you look at age, education, or also identity, sexual identity.
What was your way of allocating? Can I ask this too?
Yes, it was also back then. I did a lot of, like back then in 2014, Facebook was very strong in that. Lots of Facebook groups. I now watched this question again. How did I get those survey participants? It was a lot of Eurovision, Austrian-based, mostly Eurovision groups, and now it's was a lot more still social media, but Instagram. And for instance, the host or the commentator of Austria, Andy Knoll, he shared the survey in his Instagram story. So I got like, I don't know, 100 after he shared that, and so because my aim was on people living in Austria and are interested in Eurovision, I think it was also okay to go this way. But yeah, that was my strategy to get to those votes. Lots on Instagram, and also to get the fan club involved. Like I think roughly 40% of the Austrian fan club took part in this survey, and there was also spread a lot. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a question from our online community.
Yes, George Cremona is asking Louisa actually, when you say that the newspapers were objective, how do you measure objectivity, which frequently is very difficult to measure?
That's true. Like I already said, it was partly based on my own opinion, like my own perspective, and I also tried to focus on facts, like that they just presented facts, and how did they present the facts? Were they like words that kind of had an undertone, like a positive or a negative? And that's how I tried to measure objectivity.
Okay, we have another question over there.
This gentleman
was
first,
this
I'm
first, of
sorry.
My question is for Iram. Before I ask my question, I'd just like to say thank you for being here and helping to keep the flame alive of Turkey's participation at Eurovision. Now, I have somewhat of a hypothetical question. What would it take to bring Turkey back into the Eurovision Song Contest?
Probably a government change, mostly, highly likely. And I would like to add this information. In the last general election, the oppositional party said that, okay, we will back to the Eurovision when we won. So it's a huge debate, because it's part of kind of feeling European, feeling joy, and again, it's back to living, being able to living secular. So I can explain this.
So first Ben, and then the gentleman with the golden coat.
I need that golden coat as well, don't I? Felipe, gamification I see quite a lot desired by many public service broadcasters of the Song Contest, because rather than it being viewing figures, and traditional TV viewing figures are dropping for many television events, engagement and reach and social media statistics are now flaunted over and over again as being really important for broadcasters to have. We see even within the Eurovision Song Contest, it's one of the criteria for those to get accreditation. I worry that gamification and that kind of second screen engagement, that kind of making everything into statistically measurable engagement, perhaps weakens real connection. And I wonder if for your study you maybe have a warning that maybe trying to make so much like measured and so much engagement could actually be a limit and be a negative.
Well, that's a really interesting question, by the way. Thanks for it. I would say engagement, nowadays it's really important, as you just said. Like if like for example, like in terms of enterprises or like in professional context, if they don't like create engagement with the public, of course I'm talking this about in a social media perspective, like they will be like really like out of the run, I would say, for like having success, because an enterprise that doesn't have like social media right now, it would be complicated because there would be, I would not say they don't, it's not like a reason to like lose credibility, that's not it, but I would say it's like a way to just be like positioned and well positioned on the market, I would say. Of course I'm talking this in an enterprise way, but when we're talking about television, it's even more important because it's a TV show. So I think it should be at least a bit of engagement for how can I explain this? It's a really difficult question, I'm going to be honest. Like it's needed like for having engagement, for to to the like for the show to keep going, keep moving, to have that flow, and not lose the interest of the spectator. Because right now people are, I would say even from generations that are even younger than me, people are getting even lower attention span. They're like, for example, even short videos, like they see it like, I don't know, like 2-3 seconds. If the video doesn't interest them, swipe, and it's just like this, swipe. So like I would say engagement is really important, but it's a huge, of course, it's a huge complication in some parts, because I would say it's a dilemma. I'm going to be honest, I really didn't talk much about the engagement on Festival Canção in specific. It was just like a general approach to it. I was just like, I think it would make sense for me to like put this element on this research, like talking about engagement, how the viewer engages with the show, and how also the show engages with the viewer. So I think it's always a thing that should be looked at, and of course that would be a really interesting research topic, maybe for another research, I would say. And yeah. And sorry if I didn't really answer it well, because it was a really specific question, but thank you so much for the question. Oh, yeah.
So a little comment on the engagement and live chat. I mean, when you go on YouTube and you see the live chats, it's so fast. More or less, it's just a comment for the people who write those messages. Nobody's interacting there. It's not so many people. So it's a lot of just putting out your thought to yourself again. So I don't think you can compare it to a bar or a living room or or like here. Mm-hmm. So this is not really discussion. This is not a discourse. This is just like a firestorm, a thunderstorm in your head, brought to the chatbots, maybe recognizing your words. But I want to turn to Turkey. This is really great that we also have here a participant from Turkey here, that also this conference shows that we are still together and that Turkey is part of Europe, and also the Eurovision family. Yes. So thank you also to the conference that also you are here, and really all my big respect to you doing research here on a quite controversial topic in Turkey for themselves. The government had the Turkvision, this other competition with Turkish the Turk people competition, but I think they stopped with it again. Is it true? Yeah. And so I mean, they saw, okay, we cannot. An alternative is not really functioning. Is there now a new approach of the government to make kind of a music show, or put Turkish music first, so that they have a lot of content of Turkish or Turk people's regional music representations on television and the internet, and why did they stop again with the Turkvision? I mean, maybe also Intervision will fail again, but how is the development there?
I think
Thank you.
They didn't have the enough feedback or positive comments for the Turkic event. Maybe they will participate in the Asian Eurovision. I'm not sure about that, but I guess another thing is that music is not the priority of the government, so they unfortunately they just don't care how we will represent the country through music or our culture, etc. But we are still participate the Olympics, other sports events, because it's a little bit. I think it's related with the strength, so it's more physical, so we will show the Turkish strength, but the music is not that kind of, it's not showing that strength. I guess maybe it's another reason that they don't care about much.
Okay, another question over there, and then we're going to close this first round of the Science Slam.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to ask a question about the use of language in your research. I mean, the use of language in Eurovisions and the role it plays in your research. Because you didn't touch upon it directly, but you offer many different ways to go with that in terms of both representation and participation. I mean, the national broadcasters, of course, have built around a shared language, and the European Union has emphasized the diversity of Europe in terms of all these different national languages. But the reality is that besides this representation of having many languages next to each other, the real participation of audiences, of fans, maybe also depends on the capacity to understand. So have you dealt with that, for example, in fan communities in different periods, and Austrian, German, for example, the role it plays, if it plays a role, or in Portugal or in Turkey? Yeah, I would be interested in even
Would you like to
comparing.
take this one, Max?
Yes, 2 points I can add to that question. Thank you very much. First, my survey was directed on people that live in Austria and are interested in Eurovision, so the questions were available in German and in English, and I hope that included a lot of people that wanted to take part in the survey. And I think there was one point that was in my question: what interests you most? I mentioned that music was on top, and then spectacle was second, and one that was very from the options in there, but not the highest, was the diversity of languages in Eurovision. How much are you interested in that? I can give you the numbers for that answer later, but it was not the top answer, but some chose it, of course.
There were both Turkish and English comments when I checked the video. It's also from the official Eurovision YouTube channel. So there were foreigners who were just interested in the Turkish Eurovision. When I try to deal with the recurring themes, I first check the Turkish concepts, and I also look into the English versions, because some English comments were also written by Turkish people, so I didn't want to ignore those comments, so I tried to combine 2 languages in this way.
Great. So should we finish there?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much to the Science Slammers here. Should we have a big round of applause? Thank you all, and after a short break, we will find each other here again for the second round of the Science Slam.
Well done, everyone. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my speech, Happy Eurovision, How the Eurovision Song Contest Contributes to Psychological Well-Being. And there are no boycotts or disqualifications in the best case. Yes, we already experienced it in the current season, and it's not a really good feeling if there are boycotts or if there are disqualifications, like we saw it in the last years. Also, if the ESC can be celebrated as a peaceful music event and you can feel safe at ESC events, so you don't have to be afraid of terror or something like this. So if it's just a peaceful, friendly, respectful celebration of music and people and diversity and everything we love about Eurovision, and feeling safe with this is for me a thing which I probably would only realize that it makes me happy if it's no longer there. So I think it's a quite appropriate answer at this point. And also wearing the ESC merchandise, which I bought in the Moments area, is now wearing these things can also make me happy, and I would probably only realize it if I wouldn't have it in my life. Another point which came to me was that a national selection instead of an internal selection takes place, because for me it's related to higher excitement and more participation for the fans and the viewers. And I think this is for me the better way to find your artist which is going to Eurovision for your own country. But this could also be just my opinion and is another topic for another speech. Another answer which came to me was the whole ESC national final and pre-party season, which is also a structure that fosters happiness of Eurovision fans, because so the season gets much longer than just the week of the semi-finals and the final. And there could be many more which I haven't thought about yet. And at last, the green area about relationships and personal development. So what ESC-related things create a strong sense of happiness over a longer period of time? So long-term and high-intensity things. And there I came up with the answers like connecting with other ESC fans and maybe even forming friendships, or when colleagues turn out to be ESC fans too, or if your own child enjoys ESC songs. In my case, my daughter last year really liked Espresso Macchiato by Tommy Cash, and it was a pleasure to watch her singing and dancing and having fun with this special song and special video. She also liked the techno or remixed version of ESC a little bit more. It was quite funny. And also integrating your ESC passion into your professional work, like I'm doing it, can be a long-term, high-intensity form of feeling happy. And I'm really grateful for this. But also volunteering around the ESC, for example, through blogs or fan communities, can create such feelings of long-term and high-intensity happiness. And if we take all these answers from me now to the happiness cross framework as it's meant to be, then it might look like this. And now there would be the interesting part to talk about, because there are some dynamics within the happiness cross which would be very interesting to have a look at, because they can move, for example, moments of happiness to experiences of happiness via mindfulness. So if you experience a moment like listening to your favorite entry in your car, and you experience it very mindful, very present, this can also become an experience with a high intensity. And also, for example, being in the arena and experiencing a live show can, if you don't really notice it because you are thinking about different things, or you are talking to different people, or you are somehow distracted from it, so it can be downgraded from an experience just to a moment of happiness. And it's also another dynamic between moments and structures, because if you are grateful for moments you experience and you are grateful for it, you can move it to a structure, you can upgrade it to a structure and make it more durable. So make it from short-term to long-term happiness through gratitude. For example, that the ESC takes place at all. Yeah? If you're grateful for this, then it's a structure. But if you don't really think about it, or if you have a sense of entitlement, because you think it's absolutely normal and it couldn't be different, then it might change from a structure to a moment of happiness. But that's a really interesting foundation for discussion, which we can do in today's speech and in this year's conference, but maybe we are going to do this in the future. So let me jump to my last part of the speech, the conclusion and the future perspectives. So it's about public value of the ESC as a booster for well-being. My conclusion to this point is that the Eurovision Song Contest connects people across borders, creating a sense of belonging and we. So it's experiencing community. And that's a really, really important fact, or a really important aspect of psychological well-being, experiencing community. Another very important aspect of well-being is allowing and sharing emotions. For example, by cheering, celebrating, and feeling together, which is also strengthening emotional resonance. Also, making identity and diversity visible is the ESC a wonderful way to make it possible, because it's a space for self-expression, for representation and acceptance. And this is also very important for psychological well-being. Creating positive memories, also very important point, rituals and shared experiences. And these things, the rituals and shared experiences, have a lasting, stabilizing effect. So if you know that the ESC comes every year and every year again, you have something in your life you can hold on to if everything else around you is kind of chaotic or challenging in your life. And so the ESC might be a lasting, stabilizing effect for many people. Also experiencing self-efficacy in small ways by cheering along and voting and being a part of a larger story, creating the winner of the ESC, creating the shared memories, the shared stories by celebrating watch parties, by voting for your favorite entries, etc. It's about self-efficacy. You can decide and get involved in different ways. And that's also important for your psychological well-being. And for me as a media educator, another very important point is that you can experience media as a resource and not just as a source of pressure, because the ESC shows that media content can empower, it can connect, it can support well-being. It's not just creating pressure. It could create pressure too, especially if we look at social media and all the things that are going on there, not within the ESC bubble, but out of it. and yet media can be a resource, especially if you have the right community, which is using the media for their sakes and for their joy to celebrate and to support each other. And it's also contributing to social cohesion. So shared cultural experiences like the Eurovision Song Contest fosters dialogue, understanding, and empathy. And these are skills, life skills, which are very, very important, especially if we think about in what kind of time we live, what quality the time has that we live in nowadays. So what are my future perspectives? I'm planning a workshop for the Eurovision for the Eurovisions conference in 2027. There should be a hands-on workshop on how the Eurovision Song Contest contributes to psychological well-being. I'm planning this workshop for next year because this year it wasn't possible for me to be to be with you in presence because I have other appointments. But my goal for the hands-on workshop in 2027 is to actively apply the happiness cross method in order to identify and collect further concrete aspects of how the ESC can foster happiness and enhance well-being. And what I'm planning for the future, so if I look ahead, I want to make these insights practically usable. For example, in coping with PED, post-Eurovision depression, with fans and artists. Yeah, we know that this is a real thing, and you can cope with it if you have a strong psychological well-being and resilience. So if we think about what are the things around the Eurovision Song Contest that foster our psychological well-being, we can also use these insights to cope with the post-Eurovision depression to make it less intense, in my opinion. But these are just ideas I have to think about and work it out myself in the future. But I also think it could be very interesting to differentiate and adapt the approach, for example, not just ESC fans, but also ESC artists. No? These are different contexts, and it might be very interesting to compare the answers in the happiness cross framework given by ESC fans and ESC artists, and then looking at it and getting insights and making them practically usable in the future. And the last thing which I'm pursuing is that I want to further integrate the ESC into educational contexts. And for example, by developing creative project ideas based on its diverse facets. So there's much to do for me, there's much to do for us, and I hope my speech was inspiring for you. Maybe you are thinking about your personal answers on the 4 questions of the happiness cross, and maybe you can manage to be a part in my hands-on workshop next year. I would be very happy about it. And for now, I want to say thank you for your attention. Have a nice week at Vienna. Have a nice conference. And if you want to get in touch with me or learn more about me and my work, then check out all my different channels and website and stuff like this. And for now, I'm going to say goodbye and wish all to you happy Eurovision. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my speech, Happy Eurovision, How the Eurovision Song Contest Contributes to Psychological Well-Being. My name is Marie-Therese Stedri, and I am going to show you at first a quick overview on what I want to talk to you about in the next few minutes. So at first, I'd like to say some words about me and my work. Then I'm going to introduce the Schulfach Glück, so the school subject happiness, to you. After that, I have the happiness cross framework, which I want to show to you because it's a quite interesting framework to apply on the Eurovision Song Contest. So this will be the next part of my little speech. And after that, I'm going to make a little conclusion and give you some future perspectives. So let's dive in. Some words about me. As I already said, my name is Marie-Therese Stedri. I'm a media educator, but I'm also a resilience coach for children and adolescents. It's a quite difficult word in English, resilience. Resilience coach for children and adolescents. I'm also a certified parent course facilitator in the program Strong Parents, Strong Children, and I am a trainer for the program which I brought with me today, the School Subject Happiness Program. But I think the most important information on this slide is that I'm a passionate Eurovision Song Contest fan. So let me tell you something about Schulfach Glück, let me introduce the school subject happiness to you. What is this about? Schulfach Glück is an innovative educational concept aimed at promoting life skills, personal development, and the psychological well-being of students. And it was introduced in 2027 by Ernst Fritz Schubert in Heidelberg, and it's based on the principles of positive psychology. The goal of Schulfach Glück is to reduce stress and empower students to lead self-determined lives through self-reflection, a strength-based approach, and the development of social competencies. So it's a big program. It's a real interesting qualification, which I did in the last 2 years. And concerning the question on how it is implemented, we can say that Schulfach Glück, so the school subject happiness, is especially implemented in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And it's not yet a fixed school subject in every school, in every plan of students, but it's more a kind of elective subject within, or it's implemented within project-based learning formats. For example, project days or something like this. I hope this will change in the future because the school subject happiness should be a fixed part of children's and adolescents' school, daily school experience, but it's not yet there. It's more a kind of project-based learning format. But nevertheless, it's a real great program with a big variety of different methods and different goals and core elements, which I don't want to explain to you in detail in this speech because this would take too long, but maybe I can give you some more insights in the future. We will see. So for now, we are going to have a look at one special phrase.
Okay, so very welcome to the second round of this year's Eurovision Science Slam. Again, with wonderful people here on the podium, and I welcome our second dinosaur, Magdalena Föhrenkrantz. Thank you for hosting the second session. A big applause for her. So in this round, we will have a joint presentation by Amelie Ziegler and Gina Grath, who are representing their fellow students, Ramona Willich, Lili Hütter, and Noel Göttinger, who are also sitting in the public. We have Stephen Gion here. Sarah Brandstetter. And we have a guest from Brazil, Rafael Reis Medeiros do Campos. Oh, this was too Portuguese, I guess. Sorry for that. Very welcome to you all, and I would declare the second round of the Science Slam almost open, just for everyone who is watching at home. Of course, you're invited to ask your questions online in the commentary section. We are waiting for them. And the voting is still open, of course, because we have the second round. So if you go to tweetback.de/z7wb, you can vote for your favorite presentations, 2 of them. And of course, you can also scan the QR code in the stream, and then it will guide you directly to the voting application. So, and now the stage is open.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here and to host the second round of the Science Slam. And we decided to start with Rafael from Brazil. So, and your research. Nice questions about it. So, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm Rafael. I'm very excited to be here. Hopefully next time in person. So my work is the result of my master's thesis that was developed at UMass Amherst. And I'm basically talking why I believe that the contemporary form of Eurovision can be understood as a sort of neo-Baroque spectacle. So what I did was I looked at pre-existing Baroque scholarship, trying to identify the key elements regarding function, expectations, and experience of these spectacles. And then I used that as like a framework to then investigate the Eurovision Song Contest. What I realized is that they are both like immersive sensorial experiences focused like in the creation of excitement and pleasure, using wonderment as a political tool. So these spectacles are basically celebratory by nature. They are used to position oneself in a broader cultural environment. They can be used for social cohesion, for impressing the audiences as a display of wealth and power. So in the Eurovision as like soft power investments. When it comes to the expectations we have of these spectacles as well, we have the expectations of musical variety, of strong visuals, but also cohesion when it comes to the visuals and the music presented. Structurally, there are a lot of like ceremonial aspects to the structure of the event. The use of guest performers as kind of like trying to uplift the host and the contest, which is a little bit similar to how intermedi were used. And also the sheer length of the event and the different forms that we can consume it. I think all of that draws back to the Baroque experience in some sort of way. So the goal of the project is basically to put the ESC in a broader history of musical spectacles and to show how similar are the ways that we produce and engage with musical spectacles.
Thank you. That was fast. Perfect. Did you also take a look at aspects such as gender, race, or ethnic minorities in relation to the soft power strategies you mentioned?
When it comes to specific uses in the Baroque and compared to the Eurovision? Or?
Yeah.
No, not really. I didn't really get into specific themes, even though, yes, in the Baroque there are like the spectacles had lots of political layers. Some of them were like more overt than others. So we do have like representations of the other versus your own identity. So we have a lot of like Orientalism and these kinds of other issues related to race. And we can talk about gender as well in the Baroque when it comes to the whole idea of the limits regarding women on stage and the castrati as well, but I didn't really like dive into these issues. I was mostly focusing on other sorts of more state-related uses of these spectacles, and not too much on the issues on representation as much.
But could you give us then some more insight into the stage-related aspects you mentioned?
Yes. I think that the first thing that brought me into this project was how I perceived like the Baroque as this very lavish kind of spectacle with lots of investments in like in stunning effects to really bring forth the idea of mesmerizing the audience, right? So the use of machinery, very enhanced technologies of the time that are used to create these ideas of illusion and the creation of like a kind of similarity of what life would be. But how then, for example, in the Eurovision, we also have these kinds of investments in the visual aspect, then trying to, using different kinds of technologies, of course, because of electricity and so forth, but also having this very strong emotional effect on things. So we're thinking especially on involving the audience through the emotional appeal, not other sorts of like rational, like not through the text necessarily or through the poetry, but through like, you know, how the machine used to fly back then, or now how the show is put on, the fireworks and so forth. Did I answer your question?
Thank you. Yeah.
What that is?
Could you give us some? Could you give us some more insights into how the project or your idea came about? And are you happy with the outcome, or would you say that there's room to dig deeper into that topic, for example?
Oh, there's definitely lots of room to dig deeper. I have to say I'm happy with the outcome considering the amount of time I had. I think that my project is really like I think maybe like a first step in the sense that I realized that it is very the way I structured it is very flexible because I wanted to have a kind of like bird's view on the subject. I didn't want to like commit to a specific edition of the contest versus a specific country in the Baroque or a specific set of spectacles. I'm kind of picking and choosing elements from different kinds of Baroque spectacles, such as public and private operas, ballets, court festivities, and I'm using the Eurovision as well as it suits to like illustrate the points I'm trying to make. So I definitely think that like there's a lot of room for like diving deeper into these waters and then like exploring specific issues such as the ones you brought about like the representation, as well as maybe like specific on a given country. I think there's a lot to still explore. Also, I didn't get too deep into the formalistic debates regarding like New Baroque and like classical, you know, like this whole thing. I didn't really get into that. I think that there's still room for these kinds of debates as well.
And do you have any predictions for the future regarding your research topic?
You mean in ways I want to like keep working on it, or
yeah.
I don't really know yet. I would love to keep exploring this in a future PhD maybe, but I don't have anything laid out yet. I was thinking maybe like expanding it as like maybe a case study to think society as a whole, in the sense that I think that this is maybe a reflection of our own sensibilities nowadays. I do think that we share like neo-Baroque sensibilities now, but I haven't really like laid out any project yet.
Okay, well, I have to check, or I have to be the keeper of the time, so thank you very much. After all the other presentations, there's room for the audience to ask some questions. But for now, I want to thank you very much, and yeah. So let's continue with you, Gina, and all your fellow students. So you're gonna present a project that you work together with 4 other people. I'm very curious to hear about it.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Eurovision's conference, and also Irving, for making this happen. So as you heard, we're a group of 5 people, as you already also saw. And yes, so to start, I wanted to actually ask a question to the audience, and you can just raise your hand or not if you actually know what social network analysis might be. Okay, some actually do know. Okay, that's great. So for everyone who doesn't or isn't familiar with it, it's a system where you can like analyze different things with it, and I'll try to explain it like this. For example, like all of you are different points in like a whole group network, and maybe you talk to someone today, or maybe not, or maybe you will talk to someone else later. But this connection of talking, or maybe like giving each other the hand, that is like a connection that we can actually like look at. And that's what we actually did with the Eurovision Song Contest, and we looked at the voting system from the jury from 1975 till 2025. And how we did this is all of the different countries are points, like in a big landscape, and then every single vote interaction between one country's jury and another country's jury is the line between them. And because that's like a really big network, we had to like choose some different political events to look especially at. So first of all, we looked at geographic and also like a political overall view on the Big Five, for example. And then after that, for the second hypothesis, we looked at if different events in or political events in history actually influenced the political jury or the jury in a political way. And for that we chose Brexit, we chose the Russia and Ukraine conflict, we chose Israel and Gaza conflict, and also the fall of the Berlin Wall, because we're German, obviously. So yeah, and we had to like chose different only these, because it would have been a big like too much if we've looked at every single thing. And actually, like, we tried to prove that it would be like some sort of political vote rigging, but we did not find that many like actual points, like some slight influences, but like our evidence speaks for that there is no systematical like vote rigging from the juries. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you for summarizing your project. So, are there any limits you came across using that theory method?
So I believe the first limit is like our knowledge, because like we're communication and journalism students. So to like kind of get these different like mostly numeric answers into perspective, we actually conducted like interviews with Irving and Magdalena Posch, who I believe is like right now actually in the preparation of Eurovision Song Contest here. And that was like the first thing. Then also, because it's a uni project, we have like the concept of time, you know, and also the boundaries of from when till when we actually look at the votes. Like someone actually said to us that they are really sad because we chose to start at 1975, and I believe like ABBA just ended after that. So I believe there were some slight influences for that. Yes.
And could you give us some insights into how was it to work in a group of 5 people? Did that work out very well, or would you choose any other way when doing a similar project like that?
So our courses are actually a lot of group work, so we did have some experiences from the semesters before that, and they weren't always positive, I guess. But with our group, we really lucked out, so we had a really, really good group. We also had just some good like project for everyone, because Gina was very good with Ramona in this whole like R studio and like really programming and coding stuff. That wasn't so well for me, but I did other things, and just like that, because it was also very long, it was about 2 semesters long, we just could work together very well, and everyone played to their strengths. So we did have actually very, very good experience with this, I guess. Yeah.
Also, since the project is finished, would you have chosen any other historical events for your research?
I'm not sure if it would have made a difference, because as Gina said, we were expecting to find a lot of politics, and we didn't. So that was, we had a lot of hypotheses, and we yeah, we were wrong with almost all of them, maybe 95%. But it's also interesting, also from a media kind of view, how you are maybe influenced. So actually that was a very good experience, and also something we connected with Irving very well in our interview, because he also said to us, well, it's interesting to hear that from a like science view, that it's not like that. It's not like all political, at least not in the votes. I guess we all agree that there is politics and that you cannot deny that. But not in this like kind of vote rigging sense where it gets unfair. And we just have to be realistic that politics play a part and how we deal with that. But because of that, I don't think that really would have mattered what events we would have looked at, because it was just overall pretty clear.
So also to like kind of put into perspective why we chose these different historic events, like as I explained, for example, the day we met here today, and also the specific place, like that makes it really easy to like look what was before that and what was after that. So we try to like find historic events that have like some sort of start or some like a special day or something, to really look before and after or during, so we could like put it into phases and stuff like that. Yes.
Are there some aspects that you would have wanted to dig deeper into now the project is finished, or like any ideas for a new project for continuing with your research on that?
So as we already said, we wanted to actually look on the jury votes, but it would be really interesting if like somebody would do like a public voting analysis, like the same sort of it. And maybe like a course after us will get influenced by that maybe. And also I believe it would be really interesting to look like at the very start point of the Eurovision to like have all of the votes, but maybe you have like more ideas.
As we said, it's a project, so, and we also had a lot of like, it was intense 2 semesters, so we had a lot of projects, but we dug so deep that we really didn't want to stop, and we had other events we wanted to look at and special countries and stuff like that, but we just really had to stop ourselves because it wasn't manageable. But yeah, I think it's super interesting to look at that, and I think you can continue.
So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So let's continue with our next candidate, Stephen. Stage is yours.
Hello, my name is Stephen John, and I'm South Korean, and my PhD was absolutely nothing to do with Eurovision. It's a completely different subject. So I became interested in Eurovision, well, before that actually, about 10 years ago when I moved to the UK, I first was like, what is Eurovision? So I absolutely had no idea what Eurovision what it was. In fact, my interest began almost 3 years ago when the UK, the Liverpool, where was the host city for the Eurovision. I think that's when I started being interested in, and then more and more, and especially from like last year in Basel, from let's say the Vibe, the Raw, the Iceland representative, and that inspired me, that began interested in my Eurovision. So I'm really relatively new to the Eurovision research. So if you notice on the YouTube video, I am one of the highest in the video. So my research is basically, it says on the title of the video, is asking, what if the BTS boy band participates at the Eurovision? So I would assume everybody knows who the BTS is. So anybody who doesn't know BTS is? Okay, that's good. So that brings to my main idea of my research. So it's just an idea, it's not really like a finished is. So it's questions like, what would happen if a global K-pop group like the BTS competes in the Eurovision? And it looks at how the Eurovision becomes increasingly global and how K-pop's choreography, visuals, and fan culture could influence the contest in the future. So the BTS, it's a major subject in K-pop, and obviously it's a really cool idea, but I don't think that it's going to be possible for BTS to compete maybe in a Eurovision Asia in Thailand, because South Korea is one of the representatives to compete at Eurovision Asia this year. We wouldn't know what the songs until September. So more broadly, that I'm interested in Eurovision because it brings it united. Let's say the K-pop fans and the Eurovision fans coming together, they're weaving as united so that they can learn each other. And the Eurovision people can learn perhaps from the K-pop, and they could learn so they can like a networking each other. So it brings together the music, identity, creativity, and the international culture in a unique way. Since the Eurovision research is still developing within my music studies, that my hope is to contribute the new perspectives and join a growing network of researchers working in a contest. So I look forward to talk about it.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Could you give us some more insights of your idea, seeing the aesthetics and performance strategies of K-pop, especially BTS, in connection to the artists performing on the Eurovision stage? So what are the similarities, for example?
I think there are two distinct similarities, well, a couple differences, but also. I think the main difference is staging, and also how many people involved in the Eurovision and also in the BTS itself. I mean, the BTS itself is a large number of people, but the Eurovision is involving just a small number of people. However, I think that some of the songs from the ESC that are kind of like I would say kind of like a high graphic, some sort of like crazy graphics involved in some of the songs. That's why I mentioned the Vibe last year. That's something using, like say Minecraft, as part of the stage to represent. I think they're both similar in terms of the K-pop and the Eurovision.
Do you also see any similarities regarding sound, for example, and the topic or themes of the songs, of the lyrics?
That's a very good question. I think the text involved on the K-pop and also songs on the Eurovision, it can be political and also to represent the nationalities. Say, for instance, some of the songs on the BTS, let's say the recent release a couple of months ago, let's say the Arirang, that's the representation of the country. So, and then there's also similarity in some of the songs in Eurovision, and that can represent the country. So let's say, for instance, the Sweden represented last year, that represents the sauna. That's kind of like an identity of the Swedish culture, as well as the some of the daily lives and daily activities they love to do. And to distinct the fact that the K-pop also tries to represent the culture, represents the pop art.
What you also mentioned are fan cultures, fan communities, and we all know that the Eurovision Song Contest has a lot of different fans. So how is it with BTS? And you also said that those fan groups could connect, the K-pop fan groups and the Eurovision fan groups. Like, how would this work? What are there also similarities they might share, or differences, for example, that wouldn't work out so well?
I think there could be similarities and differences, because I think the K-pop fans, the worst case scenario is, what is Eurovision? So they might not know what it is. So let's say, for instance, if they put that together in a room, let's say like a Eurovision club, say in Vienna, to put that in together, and then let's say the K-pop fans go in there, and they could be like, oh, what is this? What is Eurovision? Maybe perhaps I think the Eurovision fan might need to explain what this is, because I remember a couple of days ago, because I was at the Beethoven apartment by the Schotten Tor, and then there's groups of American people, and people didn't know what the Eurovision is. So I had to explain what that is. So it can be like that. So it can be intimidating. It can be also daunting. The K-pop fans going into the Eurovision fan club, for instance, might need some explanations only if they don't know. But I would imagine people in the K-pop might know the Eurovision.
So there's room for one last question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm also very interested in your research design. Which theories are you engaging with and methods you're using?
It's very different from classical musicology research. So I think I presented my K-pop work last year in Sweden at the K-pop conference, and I talked about the BTS. And I talked a lot about the choreography as a big method, and also the social network analysis, and how the fans, well actually, fans wasn't the one that I talked about last year, is I talked about how the colors in the BTS they use as choreography. So in both ways, graphic designing and also social network analysis would be my main method of research.
Thank you so much, Stephen.
So at this point, Sarah Brandstetter was supposed to present her Eurovision research, but she didn't get her chance shine. You know what I mean. Now, in fact, she's saying hello, but since she's part of Cosmo's delegation, and Cosmo has a presentation this morning, in the last minute she had to cancel her participation in the Science Slam. So she's saying hello. Please don't vote for this presentation. Keep your votes for the other brilliant early career researchers in the Science Slam. And I open the question round for our participants in the second Science Slam round.
Thank you, everyone. I have a question for the social network analysis group. Did you find block voting in the jury votes?
So, like, we try to look at different...
Someone is blocking.
So we actually try to like look at that perspective from like a geographical like point of view, and we found we have like a lot of different hypotheses like looking at that directly, but I believe it's like 26 or like 30. So we actually found that like some regions like are more connected than others. Like for example, if you like split up Europe in like Southeastern Europe or Central Europe. And also we found out that like neighboring countries, for example, are like more likely to give each other like slightly more points than not neighboring countries. But that would be like the most like block form that we could like actually find. So yeah.
It wasn't a lot, only like a slight difference in the points.
Yeah.
You mean centuries?
Sorry.
Was it significant?
No.
Okay, next question here from Ben.
Thank you. Question to the same group. Your research has looked at 50 years of jury voting data. In recent years, it's been less conversations about juries and more about the public voting and potential influence there. It's not your influence, but it's not your research, but could you consider what you believe is any influence on the televoting side of the equation based on what you've seen in this study and how maybe it would apply to a public vote as well?
So we actually like have a mixture between like jury voting votes and like the overall voting, not like differences between them, because as you know, like from I believe 2015 on, like this voting systematic like changed a little bit. And we actually conducted our data from the official like Eurovision Song Contest website, because we wanted to be specific with and not to watch like every Eurovision again from the last 50 years, but that would have been fun. I believe like like we can't really see like any differences from our mixed like data and just the jury data, because it also like are different kind of points in time. But I think it would be really interesting to have like some sort of study we could compare it to.
Well, we did actually talk about that, and we think that would be different. And just from like a gut feeling, we said yes, because maybe also the jury votings are sometimes a little more connected to the government or to politicians in some way. And with the televoting, you would have more like a direct line to the people. But our gut feeling was wrong the first time, so maybe that would be wrong.
Thank you so much, all of you participating in this second round of Science Slam. The question is for the same group. It's more, it's a note more than a question. I was very happy with your data that you shared. I think it will be a nice basis for further research, even about other subjects, so deconstructing some narratives about the voting. But I would be more enthusiastic, even more enthusiastic, to look at data before 1974, because at least 2 dictatorships ended in 1974 and 1975. So I would like to see if these dictatorships of Portugal and Spain would give you different data for you think, as well as public voting, of course, as you are saying. So I think it's a very nice way to have a basis to link with a lot of research done in these years, sometimes because we are working alone and no time for digging into voting and analyzing everything and putting, as you said, votes by hand in a grid. So yeah, thank you. But I think no, I don't think. I want to see if before 1974 it's a different trend or not.
Yeah, we agree. We had with our 50 years, we were just at a limit, but would be interesting for sure. Our Excel and all our data is also available online on GitHub, so if anyone wants to like use that, or maybe, yeah, you can always look at that.
Nice.
So also my like great colleague Amelie, she also wrote like a great article about our findings. And there's also a link for our data, and maybe there are some good graphics that you can look at if you want to. You could just come to us, yes.
Okay, I thought I'd ask a question not of this group, but of Raphael online. Hi. And because I'm really fascinated, and I think the minute you say neo-Baroque, it's like, yes, absolutely, the way you outline it. Not a contest, I think. But it took me back to some work, and because we are in Vienna, I did an analysis of Richard Linklater's Before Sunrise film that came out in the 90s, you know, where they wander the streets in terms of the neo-Baroque, and also in the times of postmodernism and all of that fun stuff. And I wondered if when you were looking at, because you're talking about Eurovision, but were there any countries involved, especially those that have the Baroque traditions more, maybe Austria, maybe Spain, etc. And did you see that kind of, some countries being more influential in sort of making the neo-Baroque aspects more heightened, or? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. It's very interesting. Well, as I said, especially when I'm looking at Baroque, most of my bibliography was focused on like the Italian peninsula and France. But when it comes to the Eurovision, I really didn't want to commit to one specific country. So I did try to not be like too focused on any one of them. I can't really tell you for sure if there is a specific kind of influence. What I can definitely say is that some countries have more money to invest in these spectacles, and in the Baroque that was a big thing, right? So the kinds of investments you make they have some sorts of impact in the cultural sphere, like in the whole Europe, right? So Italy had been a very big exporter of artists in all sorts of parts of the engines of the spectacle. So we can definitely see that some countries nowadays in the Eurovision, through this division that exists with the Big Four and Big Five, and also like with the money invested in certain acts in the West, they have more means to make it more impressive, thus making better results in the end, and also having more influence overall in the contest, right? But I can't really point out a specific kind of trend that is kept in the same. I can see like certain ways of functioning that are functioning in a different way, but with the same kinds of intent, but maybe not in the way you're pointing out. But that would require more investigation, actually. I would love to do that. Thank you.
All right, I got a question for Stephen. So I know nothing about K-pop, I'm just going to put it out there. But what I do know is that people were describing this act that took part in Melody Festival in Sweden this year as K-pop. I think she was the same artist that won American Song Contest, so you probably know her name. But Alexa, there you go. Thank you. And it flopped, like at least in Sweden, it didn't do well at all. So I'm kind of wondering, with that in mind, with the fact that Eurovision is generally a competition for solo artists, at least who win, it's usually an individual. How translatable do you think K-pop will be? Like, how accepted do you think? What's its potential at Eurovision, I guess?
Well, some of the songs in K-pop can be solo. I mean, obviously the BTS is a big group, but it can be a solo. Like some of the BTS member can be like perform as a solo. I mean, some of the idols do go into like say Britain's Got Talent or the American Idols. They will all go into the almost the final, but they don't win. So, sorry, what was the question? I didn't get the question.
I guess it's whether. Yeah, I guess it's how translatable K-pop could be into Eurovision, or are we just not ready for that in our event now, so to speak?
Well, it can potentially be transferable, but this is something we wouldn't be able to know until the South Korea competes at the Eurovision Asia this year, perhaps.
So I would like to ask this question because coming from Germany, we have the problem that famous artists don't like to participate in Eurovision because they fear that they can lose more than win because they don't really feel the pride to represent their country. How is the situation in Korea? Would it be an honor for BTS to participate, or would they rather fear that they could ruin their career with the participation?
You know, that's a very good question. You probably know that BTS has performed at like the major awards such as the Grammy and a lot of things. I think it's a really cool idea. I don't think the BTS were going to refuse to participate at either the European or the Asia Eurovision in Thailand, for instance. It's a really cool idea, and I would imagine they will accept it. But it's going to be very difficult because BTS has its own tour schedule, and it's very hard to perhaps to squeeze them into the Eurovision. But who knows? I mean, they have the challenge and the motivations, and their English skills is excellent, and also the fact that they have like a huge pride, and they can like perhaps. Because I think the BTS is so famous, and they will be very happy to come and to show their the choreography skills, dance skills to the Eurovision people, the Eurovision who competes for it, and maybe I think that they could learn from the BTS how they can learn from that, and they could improve for the future performances, the future tours of their own, and maybe the BTS can also learn from the Eurovision.
Yeah, so this is a wonderful, climax of this science because we all can learn from each other in this environment in Eurovision, and I think the biggest thing that we can learn from each other is tolerance, especially in these days. I think this should be kind of a new motto for Eurovision. So thank you for all the participants.
And also, I think put that in together as kind of like the word united, right? So
yeah. To put it in the program. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. So, of course, the voting lines are still open, and I asked everyone to vote for their favorite entry because we have a tie at the moment. And we only have one first prize. So please don't put us in the Madrid situation of 1969. So for the winner of this Eurovision Science Slam, we have this wonderful book, and we will learn a little bit more about the book in the book presentation after the Science Slam. But now let's have a short voting break. The lines are still open until 12:40 Central European time. So 10 minutes to go. Vote for your favorite entry, for your favorite entries, because you have 2 votes. And then let's see who is the winner of the 2026 Eurovision's Science Slam. See you in a few minutes.
Thank you for your great presentation. That was great. Thank you.
So, we have a winner of this year's Eurovision Song Contest and Eurovision's International Conference, Science Slam. So, it was really exciting because until the last voting round, we had about 260 something people who voted for their favorite, and we had a tie. And now we have the votes of 412 people. So, thanks to all and everyone who are watching us online and are following the Eurovision's International Conference. We have 437 replies. That means that not everyone was taking the chance of voting for 2 presentations, which is also interesting maybe in research, in the research environment, how much people are taking advantage of their possibility to vote for various entries. And the winner with 144 votes is Brazil! Congratulations! Raphael, you won this wonderful book that you will learn about a little bit more in the forthcoming session. But the others don't need to be sad because Konrad Mitschka was so kind to leave us some of the public value text, and so each and every one of you will receive 1 exemplary of this publication to continue your research efforts, and we're looking forward to seeing you here one day as our dinosaurs.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and I hand over the moderation now back to Sophia.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I would say while we are checking if Oscar is there in the other side of the world, as Raphael. So I would say that I'm very happy to be here, not only because it's the 9th edition of the Eurovision's conference, but because I see a room full of people in very different stages of their careers. So it's very nice to see younger generations taking care of Eurovision research, but at the same time people that we read in the books. So I know the feeling when we meet people that we were just reading and imagining how they are. So I'm very happy to see this in this room. And I want to share that a dear colleague, Johan, oh my God, the paper is now not in the good shape. Johan is sharing a QR code for his survey for very interesting research. So you can find in the room the QR code. So we are very happy as well to have you here and to help on this work. So, okay, very nice. So to close the day 1, we are pleased to present a new publication that reflects the continuing growth and breadth of the Eurovision studies. Please welcome Jack Shepherd here once more. I don't know if you and online, Oscar Vorobjovas Pinta, I practiced the name, who will present the volume Tourism, Events and Leisure Perspectives on the Eurovision Song Contest, edited by Oscar and Jack. So this publication is a strong example of how Eurovision research is continuing to expand into new disciplinary conversations. So, and thank you for bringing a book to our Science Slam winner. And the stage is yours and the microphone as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. But I think I'll hand the floor to Oscar directly, actually, because he's the the brainchild behind this book in the first place. I think it only feels right that he kicks us off.
Amazing. Thank you so much, and it's great to be here with you. And yeah, good evening from Australia. This is Australia calling. I always wanted to say those words at some point in my life. Hopefully I'll get an invitation from SBS one day as well. Thank you, Jack, and thank you everyone for attending. I hope you can see the slides there, which will be pictures basically. But basically the impetus for this book stemmed from both of our personal kind of interest in fandom of Eurovision, and the recognition that despite Eurovision's global scale and influence, Eurovision kind of remains relatively unexplored within tourism, events and leisure scholarship, which is not to say obviously that there's no research on Eurovision. I think this conference is a perfect example that there's a lot of great research going on. But Jack and I basically identified this gap in academic literature where Eurovision has been widely studied in terms of, for example, politics and culture and musicology, but far less for its role as mega event shaping travel destinations and leisure experiences. And it was really coincidence of many things coming together. I had this idea to write a book for quite a while. Jack and I have known each other for quite a few years as well, and we share that passion for Eurovision. And at the same time, the publisher that I used to work before, which is Channel View Publications, we attended one of the conferences together and just had a chat and thought, why not to have a book on Eurovision, because obviously Eurovision's ability to attract large audiences, generate tourism flows, and they tend to transform host cities and also provide kind of rich case for understanding event impacts. And so on. We really wanted to focus on tourism events and leisure, and see how this kind of interdisciplinary nature of the context is reflected within Eurovision, how it intersects with identity, cultural exchange, and economic development and fan experiences as well. So basically, we divided the book into 3 distinct parts: Eurovision tourism and event impacts, event personalities and fandoms, and the power and politics of events. I guess we cannot run away from politics. If I'm correct, Jack. But Jack will introduce the part 1 and part 3 of the book, and I'll just give you a quick overview of part 2. So take it away.
Yeah. So if we go to the next slide, the first section of the book is about tourism specifically and event impacts, and this covers a lot of things. So we know, for example, of course, the economic importance of tourism to the host city. We're talking hundreds of thousands of people who travel, and it really varies. Sometimes Liverpool, they reported 500,000 people came, whereas Malmo was like a tenth of that. So you never really know the true impact, and a lot of these evaluations are done by companies that they pay for them to sort of big up the numbers. So you're never quite sure. But we were looking at, for example, the role of tourism in bringing money to the host city, the impact of marketing from the postcards that you see. So there's a lot of these aspects. But if we move to the next slide, I just want to introduce a few examples. One chapter looked at the Eurovision Museum, which you can see a picture of here in the Icelandic village of Húsavík, which you may know from the Story of Fire Saga movie. So myself and my colleague, we traveled to Iceland. We wanted to understand, how has this film, this Eurovision film, impacted this small whale-watching community? And the answer is it's quite a big impact. You have the museum, you have the Yaya Ding Dong bar, for those of you who remember. But what you should know is that's actually not the bar. So that's the exterior is the same, but the interior of the Yaya Ding Dong bar is actually a rugby club in England. So anyway, the next slide, I think, is chapter 3. Oscar, do you have a word to say about this chapter of yours?
Sure. So a lot of you might wonder why I chose to write about the Baltic perspective. But originally, I am actually from the Baltic states. I'm half Lithuanian, half Latvian, born in Estonia, but obviously living far away for almost 20 years in Australia. But I always was kind of wondering about the image of the Baltic states in Eurovision, and how Eurovision kind of shapes and communicates the national identity of these countries. So basically, the chapter looked at, for example, the choice of language for the songs, opportunities for national promotion, and also the geopolitical positioning that would influence how these nations present themselves or are perceived by others as well. So it was quite an interesting study for myself, and also I had an opportunity to go back to the Baltics. Jack?
Yeah, and then chapter 4, which is another one that I did together with 2 master students of mine, which was quite fun. We would travel to Malmö in 2024 because I work in Sweden, and we wanted to look at how residents perceive this event and the impacts that it has on their city, because it was quite a lot in the media. There was a lot of threats against the event. As you can see in the middle sign, says Malmö says no to genocide. So there was this whole pressure about the Eurovision being connected to the Palestinian cause. Actually, the third picture also shows red paint that had been splattered all over the Euro village, symbolized blood. So it was a very controversial event, certainly in Malmö. So we wanted to look at, okay, what happens when this mega event rocks up to town? It's not always economically positive. It might also have social impacts, both good and bad. So the next section is events, which Oscar will...
Yeah, just before I go, I think importantly about this chapter, Jack, is all why I really liked it, because you've done it with your students, and I think you are converting them into huge Eurovision fans as well, and I think it also shows that nexus between teaching and research as well. So part 2 of the book kind of focused on personalities of Eurovision Song Contest and the role of fandoms, exploring how events' distinctive character is shaped by aesthetics, values, and audience engagement as well. So, for example, this part examined Eurovision as a space defined by the themes such as campness, diversity, inclusivity, and celebration, which resonate strongly with its global fan communities, particularly the LGBTQI+ audiences. So basically, this part of the book kind of highlights how fans are not just spectators, but active participants who contribute to the event's meaning, identity, and also success of it. So just as an example of a few chapters, so Jack and I predominantly are talking obviously about the chapters that we have co-written, because it's much easier to do. But I think I jumped over. But for example, one of the conference organizers, Irving, and his colleagues from the Eurovision, so Sophia, Carla, and Isabel, in the chapter they examined the role of volunteers and professionals in the Eurovision, and it kind of highlighted those blurred boundaries between paid and unpaid labor. So it kind of in the chapter, I think, finishes with urging us all for greater transparency and fairness to ensure that the use of volunteer labor kind of aligns with principles of equity and public value as well, which is very pertinent, I think, to the very theme of the conference that you are having. And I think we'll be talking about public value more in depth tomorrow as well. And then I had a chapter as well on the celebration of queer identity in belonging. And obviously there's no doubt that Eurovision has grown from its relatively conservative roots, if we remember really early days of Eurovision, to what it is now, quite a celebration of diverse music and identities. And it kind of became an empowering festival of the LGBTQI+ community. So kind of look about what Eurovision really means to the LGBTQI folks, but also how fans communicate to one another, and whether there are kind of broader positive impacts on the community in terms of well-being and connectedness, in particular that kind of European connectedness. Jack?
Sure, and then the last section, when we put out this call for chapters, we were expecting quite a lot of tourism, and what we actually got was a lot of politics again, which I guess is kind of the trend in Eurovision research. But we thought, okay, we can't not have this, just that we can connect this somehow. So that's how we came up with this third section, which was all about the power and politics of events, which covered a few things. So first of all, we had a couple of chapters looking at voting. I'm glad that the students talked about the difference between. Your work you were doing very much connects to some of the chapters in here, looking at big events and how that affects voting. There's a chapter on that in this book, and they actually found different from what you did, which I think is very interesting. That they were arguing that it has quite a big impact. These sort of voting for assistance, for example, during crisis, countries would vote for bailouts. Countries that bail them out. And there was also a chapter looking at the difference between jury and public voting. But I wrote this chapter, which actually turned out to be very useful at the moment. A lot of media asking me to tell them about this relationship at the moment, which is about war and the Eurovision Song Contest. And I was basically charting the history from 1956 to today to see how that relationship's changed. Because interestingly, even though everyone thinks this is something modern, war has always been in the Eurovision. In 1956, France was at war in Algeria. During the 70s, Britain was at war in Northern Ireland. And I like this comparison here because on the left you have the Bosnian entry. Does anyone recognize this guy? Great song, love it. Right, Fazla, 1993, was representing Bosnia. The guy literally escaped Sarajevo without shoes on. He fled Sarajevo during the siege, made it to Eurovision, performed, and he came something like 16th, right? Whereas Kalisz Orchestra come on the 2022. Similar story, I would say almost, they got special dispensation to go, but they came first. So something's changed. Something's changed in the way that Eurovision interacts with war. It's always been there, but the way we treat it is slightly different. So that's a chapter that I enjoyed a lot writing. We're going to be antisocial, I guess, and not take too many questions because we know that, myself included, need to run to the stadium to watch this afternoon rehearsal. But what I can say is that we do have discount vouchers here for everyone. I couldn't bring a sack full of books, and they're quite expensive physically. So we provide the 40% discount codes here. So if anyone is interested, you can just take one here. But otherwise, I'll be here tomorrow. Oscar's also available now and anytime on email.
I'll be there tomorrow too. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're happy to take any questions you might have via email. But I guess we've got time. If for immediate 5 minutes or so, if anyone's got some immediate thoughts or questions.
Any questions? Apparently not.
Yes.
Are we allowed to share the discount code online?
Oscar, what do you? I don't know. I don't care, frankly. But maybe Channel View. I don't know.
Is this being recorded?
Yeah. Okay. I care very much. Yeah, I think. The discount code was given to us for this conference. So as far as I'm concerned, it's okay. Yeah.
And I don't know who's attending this conference. So.
But we want to say thank you for having us and for giving us this platform and for contributing. It was a great chapter, we look forward to hearing more of your feedback. And as you said earlier, it's great to see people who are writing the stuff. That's why for me to see Ivan, who I first read when I first studied Eurovision. Well, not even that long ago, 8 years ago, I did my first article on Eurovision. So thank you for coming, and thank you all for listening.
So, thank you so much, Jack and Oscar, somewhere in the cloud. So, what a wonderful way to close our first day. So this morning opened with a very interesting talk about public value, and I think during all the morning we had several ways to look into public value. So with no further delay, because I know that everyone have to run, I say that we will be tomorrow here in the same place, and there online in the same place as well at the same hour. So thank you for coming, thank you for being online, thank you for participating as well, and for engaging and voting, because it's about engagement as well. So have a nice evening, have a nice first Eurovision semi-final, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.